Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my goodness. Well, hello. It's Monday, the 24th of August. I am on just a smidge early because I know that court is already courting. Let's go live on the Tickety Talk as well. Ooh, let's see. Hello, and good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Oh. Oh, you guys. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, the 24th of August, and it is 8:24 in the morning, my time. As you know, we are covering the live Lindsay Clancy coverage. Today is day 19. And wow, you guys, so much has already gone on. Good morning. Good morning. I know my bow. I need new headphones. I don't like these going over my ears. Now I look goofy. Oh, and you know, when you look at the camera, it's opposite of what you look like. It's Monday morning and I'm a mess sorority. Hello, Kimberly. Hello, Eva. I know I'm goofy this morning. I don't know what to tell you. It's August. It's August. Good morning, everybody. Hello. All right, if you are just joining me, as you guys know, we are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Today is the 19th day. What do we have going on this morning? We still have Dr. Mac, who still needs to go on. Oh, you're already telling me Red's on fire. I know it's already started, so I know we're a little bit behind, just a little bit, and it's going to be okay. Good morning, Miss Rivera. It's going to be okay. You guys know we always catch up, and then I stop and start and do all the fun things as well. So don't worry about it. We'll get it going. All right, everybody who is in the chatty chat of TikTok, if everybody hits the like button, I don't know what's going on this morning. I know that like once we get started, things will go, so it'll be okay. Before we start, how was everybody's weekend and everything? I was going to see if there's any sort of breaking news. How was everybody's weekend? Did you guys do well? Brian Enton is in the courthouse today, and Lindsay Clancy, he says the jury looks very engaged and most have their notepads and everyone is dressed up. Do they think it's going to be over? I think it's going to be over. So yes, we'll tell you what's going to be over or when it's going to be over and what's going to go on. Oh my goodness. I'm just seeing if there's any news, any last minute sort of thing. All right. I don't see any last minute news, so I don't want to go into that. Hello, everybody. Well, yeah, we don't really have many people this morning. I wonder what's going on. I wonder what's going on. All right. I was going to do something and then squirrel. Side quest, squirrel. I was going to get my TikTok up. That's what I was going to do. All right, everybody, where are you guys coming in from? What are you guys drinking this morning? What are you guys doing? I know we're going to start soon. I did come on here a little bit earlier because I knew that everything was starting. And I know people don't like to. Oh, well, hello. I can hear myself talking. Oh my goodness. All right. Hello. Just dropped your kid off school and checking for dirty duty. Yes, Nolan. We see you, huh? It was a spam account. What are you guys talking about? Oh, somebody like Lindsay Clancy came on here. You guys should have let it come on there and see what it was gonna be. Uh oh, okay. Thank you for taking care of that, you guys. That's funny. I didn't even see that. You guys see him doing like 5 different things. Moderators are already on it. Well, you guys, just think about that. Someone's trying to be really, really clever already this morning, early this morning, morning. That's funny. All right, everybody. I know there's not a lot of us in here. If we all just go ahead and hit the heart buttons and spam it with the FYP, maybe we'll get some. But it's okay if, some days you're on top and some days you're on the bottom. It's all right. Our people will find us. Thank you. Thank you guys for the gifts already this morning. I appreciate you. Tesla says, "Good morning. How was my weekend?" It was good. It was good. I was so glad. So I was here on Saturday afternoon, as you guys may know. We did we're doing some case catch-ups, what we're gonna cover after Lindsay Clancy is over. By the way, you guys, I do think that Lindsay Clancy is going to be over this week. That is what I predict. Here is the crystal. The crystal ball has told me that I think it's going to end this week. And the reason why I say that is because isn't it a holiday weekend this weekend or is that next weekend? Yeah, isn't Labor Day or is it next weekend? When's Labor Day? Oh my goodness. When is Labor Day? Oh, it's not till the next weekend. Okay, well, I was wrong. I'm wrong. Well, I thought if it was Labor Day this weekend, they totally were going to want to finish up this weekend, but I do think it's going to end this week. I do think that, so, there's a thing called Murphy's Law, right? Uh, on Thursday, there's going to be a huge, and I told you this before, there's going to be a huge hearing in the Miles King case with Rosemary Scapicchio. We're going to bring that to you. So as well as I know, that the jury is probably going to come back when we're streaming that because that's Murphy's Law. So I would like to say it's going to be done by Friday in my own mind, but I think maybe it's going to be on Thursday when I'm trying to do something else. So that's usually the Murphy's Law. Your mom can't wait till this case is over because it's all you talk about. Well, Nolan, does she know that you follow me and that there's more than just this case? Do you know there's going to be more? Veritas, you guys, it's been really heavy this week. It's been really heavy this week. It's been really heavy with everything else going on. Denise, you're not by your lonesome. There's some other people in here. Hi, Cassidy, Kendra. Next weekend. Oh, thank you. Yes, hi, Kimberly. Hello, everybody. Don't worry, people will find us. People will find us. You think closing arguments will happen on Thursday? No, Flower Girl. Closing arguments are supposed to happen tomorrow. If they get through the 3 witnesses today, which, golly, you guys, I don't know how much more of Dr. Mack I can handle. Yes, court's in session. They are. I'm always a little bit behind. I'm always hi, Amy V. You guys know I'm a little bit behind. Besides that, it also takes some people to come on in here and takes a little bit of time. And plus, I want to chat with you for just a second. You love that for us. Refocusing on maternal mental health. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, everybody who's given gifts so far this morning. Eva and Kim and C Forever. Forever. I'm just going to call you Forever. Tesla Forever hitting it again. You guys are so great. All right. I have a confession to make. You guys put in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys know who Bridget Jones is. Good morning. Put a one in the chat if you know who Bridget Jones is. So, Bridget Jones is this character. She was played by Renee Zellweger. And yes, like Bridget Jones' Diary. Yep. And she wrote a book. Well, the person wrote a book and then it became a movie and they did 3 movies. And, anyways, so you guys, I have Bridget Jones moments. And sometimes they're really embarrassing and funny, and sometimes they're just funny. So, you lost one of your, oh my gosh, Amy, I'm so sorry. Amy said that she lost one of her doggies. Amy, I'm so sorry for you. So, Amy, I can completely, oh my God, Amy, you're going to make me cry. We lost our doggie. Oh, it's been over a year now. Last February, not this February, a year ago. And we had a German Shepherd. His name was Pup. His name was Pup because that's what the kids called him. It was that or Captain Waffles. And I was like, I am not going down the street running after a dog going Captain Waffles. So the kids named him Pup, and he was the most amazing German Shepherd ever. And when I say most amazing, like he never, I'll have to show you guys. I don't know if I have a picture of him. Anyways, when side quest later for the dog. Long story short, I've seen lots of German Shepherds and like the puppies will like eat your shoes or eat things. Our dog never did that. He did chase his tail, which is like a genetic thing for a puppy. Anyways, he passed last year and it was very sad. I'm still very upset about it. And you guys, when you guys watch, like if you get caught on someone's TikTok or a reel and it's like a German Shepherd, then like your next 50 reels or someone's German Shepherd. And so now I want a puppy. My husband says no. Susanna says her sister misses her doggie after 16 years. How can you help her? It's been a year since. Well, unfortunately, you guys know that the loss of a pet or a loved one can never be replaced. But typically, if you get another animal, it does somewhat ease the pain. Or I've also heard this as well. If you get them a stuffed animal that looks like the dog, then you could like hug it. You could like physically hug the dog. But there is this person, and you guys would have to Google it. There's this person who like makes faces of the dogs out of like real hair and stuff. And she's a really cool artist. You'd have to Google her. And maybe that might be something for her. I don't know. You lost your girl Ryan on the June 9th. She was a shepherd mix. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm so sorry. Your dog had a pretty bad seizure this weekend. You're always in fear. Yeah, that's what happened with ours. He had a seizure first, and then he was never the same since. And then he just slowly declined. You had to get another dog when your lab passed because it was too quiet, but you couldn't do the same breed. Yeah. Yeah. You can volunteer at pet shelters or take other dogs for a walk. Thanks, Mary. We lost our black lab a couple of years ago and it was tough for our kids. You lost your soul dog last year. His name was Charlie and he was a Boston Terrier. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Mary. We're talking about one of our beloved chat members lost their doggo this weekend, and we're very sad. And now we're talking about the loss of pets. Your girl is a golden. She has epilepsy, but it never gets easier. Oh my goodness. Yes, my heart is breaking for you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, you guys are making me sad this morning. Now I want to cry. I was going to tell you my Bridget Jones moment. All right. Let's take a moment of silence for your doggo. All right. I'm very sorry. All dogs go to heaven. That's right. All right. I did shed a tear. All right. My Bridget Jones moment. All right. As you guys know, I've been having a pen problem. And I bought the Gen pens off of TikTok. And I was like, don't get these. They're terrible. And then somebody told me, go get the Right Tech pens. So they came. And so the Right Tech pens came, and I'm like, hey, these are really cool. And so if you open it up, I don't know if you guys can see this. You probably can't. It's very tiny. And even if I bring it up to the camera, oh, look, you can see it. So see, it has like a little red tip at the top. Yeah. Yeah. That's not the pen, you guys. That's not the pen. And so when you get the Gen pens from the TikTok, let's see. This too has like a little red thing at the top. Well, I didn't realize it, but you have to take the red thing off. And it wasn't until I got these pens did I realize that. Because when you start to go with it, the whole thing starts to fall off. These ones, the red thing doesn't fall off right away. And you like have to pick at it. So remember I was telling you I was writing and then all of a sudden like it would stop? Well, it's because I didn't take the red thing off the top of the thing. So I am happy to report, and I realize I made a mistake and I'm human. So now I'm writing with the new pens. They're really, really cool. These are the IIGEN TikTok pens. They're the gel pens and has the eraser, which is really cool. And it's almost like a pencil. Looks like a pencil. Not sponsored. And as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to go tell IIGN my story. And I'll have you guys spam them after I'm done. I need to make them a note. And then y'all could spam them and ask them to sponsor me. Okay? So that's what's going on. I know. So that's my Bridget Jones moment. I have a couple more, but that's where we're at. All right, Law Lovies, you didn't come on here to hear me chat about my misfortunes and silly things. Oh my goodness, you guys. Melissa says that she's at the beach. She's on vacation and with her headphones and with her best friend, and she's ready to listen to us. She is flexing. You are flexing, girl. You are flexing. I hope that you're somewhere really, really cool. Hi, Jasmine. Melissa, you must divulge where you are. We want to know your location. All right, Law Lovies, we are going to get into it. I know that court has already started. Don't worry. You guys follow me. You know, we'll catch up. But sometimes it's just nice just to chat to you guys and see how you guys are doing. Remember, this is going to be very heavy. This whole trial is heavy. And in the end, whatever happens, happens. It's out of our control. We will move on. It will be heavy on us, but we will get through it. And just remember, we're going to move on. We've got other cases to cover. So, all right, Law Lovies. Good morning. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning, Lauren. Hello, Tesla. Thank you. Yes, I know. Listen, I bring you entertainment. So if you can't laugh at yourself, then what are you doing in life, right? And this morning, my headphones are all going goofy. So, by the way, I have changed up my gifts fund. It is now, since I figured out the pen issue, I don't need any more pens. Notebooks, always will need notebooks, and now headphones. So, I need to get some new headphones. I need to, I want to get the ones that go in your ear and that will connect to my microphone. And anyways, I got to do some research. So if you want to contribute to the notebook and headphone fund, and did I spell it right? Yes, I did. Anyways, Flower Girl says that she was watching the first responders testimony over the weekend and it was brutal. You guys, sometimes it's hard to go back and watch. All right, everybody in the chat, if we could go ahead and hit the hearty hearts. Let's see, we're at 6.6K. I'm just going to tap a little bit on my screen. You guys go ahead and tap too. And then we're going to get right into it. I know that they're already going, and it's going to be a very long day. As we get going, you guys tell me what you're drinking and what you're eating this morning. And some of you in the chat, don't make me laugh. I'm trying to be a serious journalist here. All right, we're going to go. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, couple of things. Sorry. If you're just joining me new on TikTok, hi, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We've been watching the Lindsay and Clancy trial together. If you want to watch it with me, you can join me over on YouTube. It is the same channel name, Legalese123, and make sure to like and subscribe, etc. It's weird. I think I can't get on. Oh, you can't decide on what for or against Lindsay Clancy. Well, we will talk about it. Hello, D1. We will talk about it. And again, I'm waiting to get the end results from the prosecution. I have an idea of where they're going down, and I just need to think about it. You ordered first watch on DoorDash for breakfast. Oh, a chicken and sausage power bowl. Oh, Diet Coke. That's what Kim's having. She's just having Diet Coke this morning. We listen and we don't judge, right? We listen and we don't judge. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to get going. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. Thank you. Fried eggs, yum. Say no.
Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination. And the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom. Here.
Oh,
we've
dear.
got a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination.
Your Honor, we all know how that's going to work. The Zoom is terrible. The Zoom is terrible, you guys. How is this gonna, you guys, this is gonna be so clunky. It's gonna be horrible. Besides that, Reddington's not gonna be able to like go show him the DSM anymore. Oh no. All right, here we go.
Examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question. And then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed.
Oops, I forgot to tell you who the rebuttal witnesses are. So after Dr. Mack is Dr. Halburn. He was the one that went with Mack to go interview Lindsay Clancy at the same time. You want to talk about, and they compared notes, biased. I'm sure that that'll be discussed. And then there's Dr. S, and I don't want to say the person's name because I'm afraid that I might mess up their name. So we'll wait for that person to come on. If we get through all three of these witnesses today with direct, cross, redirect, whatever, then hopefully tomorrow will be closing arguments and then the judge's instructions. All right, sorry. Here we go.
So the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case. And we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right. So that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right. So that's where we are. So at this point, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, would you please raise your right hand?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're starting
so this
already.
is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how much.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them
Okay.
in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility? And this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
What?
No.
Did you testify? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? Remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
What?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF. So they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my
rule or
conception
law.
from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Federal LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested, right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No,
Okay,
I disagree.
so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the...
You guys, says you. Oh my gosh, you guys. I can't. Reddington already with he's like, I am tired of you, Mr. Mac. You need to go away. Oh, you guys, this is sending me already. Yeah, he's trying to discredit him. So you guys, Mr. Mac does not want to answer questions. Some of these questions are yes or no. That's it. There's no elaboration because we know if you give Mr. Mac an inch, he's going to take a mile and it'll be the Mr. Mac show. After Mr. Mac is done, I have a question for you guys. So let's just wait. Let's just see if he redeems himself and then we'll go on. But you guys, says you. Oh, I can't. Here we go.
The nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
What?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject.
Okay, you guys, I was going to save this until afterwards, but no. This is very appropriate. Yes, when we last left off on our drama of Mr. Mack, when he was going through and he was asking questions, etc., he seemed to be this Mr. I know everything, right? And then when they were kind of going through his history and what he's done, etc., and then Reddington's like, you've really not had any postpartum analysis, your stuff, your CV is all about adolescence and what have you. Where did they find this guy? Out of a Cracker Jack box, right? They opened up the Cracker Jack box and they got a prize and it said, here's your psychologist today. So, I mean, it totally goes to his credibility. He's saying his client is XYZ, like she wasn't in psychosis, she wasn't in postpartum. He said she wasn't even in postpartum because it was after the time frame, right? He said it only happens within 4 weeks. Now, mind you, you can come for me if I'm wrong, but yeah, Chat GPT. I was going to ask you guys what you thought of Mr. Mack and his credibility and what have you. And if you guys are thinking that he's not credible, think about what the jury has to say. So you guys, Reddington, he's doing great this morning. Let's give some hearts to Reddington. We'll continue on. Everybody spam the chat with hearts. Likety like. Let's get up to 15K while Reddington's barbecuing this guy.
To this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer
Okay,
your
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir,
Yes
you would
or
agree
no,
with me
Mr.
that there
Mack?
was a
Yes or
significant
no?
passage
Yes,
of
3 years
time
after.
between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
You guys, I have told you this time and time again. I'll repeat it. If you are on the stand and you are testifying, whether you're an expert or you're just a regular person, don't be on the stand and don't be evasive. Don't try to combat the lawyer. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. There's no reason for you to go tit-to-tat with that person. Just answer their questions. If you don't know, say, I don't know. I don't recall. Yes or no, try to answer the questions. If you continue to do this and you're combative, you come off as evasive. You come off as you're lying. You come off as you are not credible. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mack. This is my opinion, and you guys let me know in the chat. You guys put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with me. This is this man's livelihood. This is his career. He is supposed to testify as an expert. Do you guys think he's going to be testifying as an expert? Would you hire him moving forward for your next trial?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like a Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
There
Private home.
There
A
are
private
no
home.
Ritz
Okay.
Carltons
Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
in Wellesley.
I don't know.
You don't
No, he
know?
didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay.
Right, in a
So
van
any
down by
event,
the river.
You must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Heilbrunn at Tewksbury Hospital, yeah.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as, but it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
The river van.
I believe it's Heilbrunn, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or
you
in the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy. But creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed, you had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed the cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. is it Zeisel?
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbrunn.
To Dr. Who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't a conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
And that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that
Okay.
is the
So,
core component of that report.
okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tuff.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yep.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
More.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
You guys know how much all these people are getting paid, right? Well, just to let you guys know, the prosecutors are probably the least paid people in the room, right? Their salaries range from $100,000 to $200,000 per year. The experts that come in here make more than they do. Their hourly rate could be anywhere from $300 to $400 an hour. Same with the lawyers. The lawyers make somewhere between $5,000 to $1,000 an hour. Don't get me started when we talk about the Karen Reed cases, because every time we talk about them and all the shenanigans that are going on there, the same thing will happen in Lindsay Clancy's civil case as well. I always say, how much money is in the room? Follow the money. So yeah, you guys, this is very expensive for the Commonwealth just to even put on this case for their experts. And they have 3 of them lined up back to back. They get paid to be on the stand, you guys, as well.
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively.
No, Reddington's not taking his time with this witness because he's getting paid. I think Reddington's trying to take his time with this witness to get him disqualified. Because so he made the statements, right? He made statements against his client, and his job is to debunk what he has to say and question his credibility and question what he's saying, and so that he could obviously poke holes in him, right? I'm trying to put it in those terms so that the jury can see, don't believe this guy, don't believe what he has to say, because he's wrong in other cases too. Just the same way that the prosecution did it to Zeisel, La Posada. And then remember, the jury gets to decide what witnesses they think are more credible. It's the battle of the experts. I always say that.
I was retained by the district attorney's office. Yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety,
No. This is,
working on- I
Doctor.
would like to be able
Hold on,
to finish.
doctor, please, listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead. Mr.
This
Ray.
is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay, so would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes,
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Miss Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to
Effectively.
sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a
Dr.
room
Halpern.
where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychologic or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The
Okay.
MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
Because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the
Okay.
person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint the positive picture of themselves?
Overruled.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about.
Is that a question? That's
I
not a
don't know. We're looking
question,
at
Your
each other,
Honor.
right?
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but why don't you ask the next one?
Yeah, okay. So you tell
That
me
wasn't
again
a
what your answer was,
question.
sir?
That's not a question.
That effectively, that's what
so
the
we're
testing
talking
elicited,
about.
that her K scale effectively, that it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I am aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech or what we would call pressured speech,
Pressured speech.
or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
Oh, did you guys hear him? Hot mic. Hang on. We're going to go back up. Reddington said something under his breath. Something about he didn't have the wrong report. Hold on.
Report, sir.
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
Okay, what did he say?
It's not the wrong report.
He said, it's not the wrong report. Oh my gosh, you guys, that is so funny. It's not the wrong report. All right, you guys know that we have a little bit of Zoom room, as you guys know. All right, everybody, we are going to, well, Emmy, there's no death penalty in this case. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you feel about it. Massachusetts doesn't have the death penalty. It's life without the possibility of parole. All right, tap for a sidebar. We did make it to 25. Let's make it to 30 because you know me, I like to push the envelope a little bit. Let's zoom. Hang on. It's our first sidebar of the day.
Defect, right? Episode
Nice.
capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of criminality of her conduct.
We'll just start there.
Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes,
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was? Of the
In
diagnosis?
terms of,
Diagnosis.
yeah,
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
Now, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
your... What I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't. Can you say that again, please?
we're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4 week period, in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic tool.
a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No.
Which I believe
What
I
did you say to the, come on. What did you say to the
All right, hold
jury
on,
last
hold on.
Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that a person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying
To
that?
meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but
in
you
the
can't,
DSM.
postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right,
Postpartum,
it's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
okay, according to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Right, the DM Bible, the cookbook that Mr. Reddington always refers to it too. So, you guys, a lot of us are women in here. I don't know how many of you have had children or not, but I want your opinion. One, do you think the DSM is wrong when it talks about just the 4 weeks? And this guy is sticking to the DSM. Put a 1 in the chat if you're like, no way, Jose, that's not right. Or put a 2 in the chat if you agree with him. Yep, 4 weeks, that's it. 1 or 2.
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all of the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
Wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep? That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she has a decreased need.
And then
She
the
was
medical.
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression. Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
Right. No, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Now, there's symptoms, sir. Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize in this country the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
So,
All right, sustained. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
no,
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
no.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
No, sustained. I mean, overall, to me, ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So no, the answer is right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize apparently the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Right. Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
Remember Friday, you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold
one
on.
can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
Ladies, I can speak from experience. That was no tear. And you guys, mine happened at MGH. And I'll go into it at lunchtime. And let me tell you, it was no bueno. Put a 1 in the chat if you've had one. Put a 2 in the chat if you know what one is. And put a 3 in the chat if you're like, it is no tear. Please like and subscribe too. Also, let's tap, tap, tap.
And Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody
After a tear.
did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me at least that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a
All right. As you guys know, the jury is made up currently right now 12 women, 6 men. Depending upon how the luck goes, let's just say mainly most of the women are going to be the jurors. Just playing hypothetical there. Think about how many of those women have had children. And if they didn't have children, they know somebody who has had children and they know about a tear and an episiotomy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This man who was on the stand on Friday said that a tear was an episiotomy. I just saw in your chat, you guys know what the difference is. Will that make any impact upon this man's credibility, right? If he's mistaking a tear to an episiotomy, he obviously, in my opinion, doesn't know about women and postpartum depression and women who have had babies, etc. Now, he's not a medical doctor, I give him that. But when you make that faux pas, as one would say, is that a big faux pas? And you as a woman, as a juror, would be like, this dude doesn't know anything. Or are you just like, we're just going to give it to him? So put a 1 in the chat if you're like, this dude doesn't know anything. Put a 2 in the chat like, nah, it's okay. We can go ahead and forgive that. And then you could put a 3 in the chat if you're like, move along.
doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So
Yes or no?
you're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
depression.
Sir,
And if it's
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what well, I can't answer the question as you've
Okay.
asked it. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your
A
question.
postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
Do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
We psychiatrists, I as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly based on your hypothetical as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices,
Right.
especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a
Or
concern.
how about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across in my evaluation a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my
she felt,
question,
she felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular
I'm asking
authority
you a
when
simple question.
Okay,
Do you
well-
agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness? Or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
Of
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis, that illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course and we
okay,
understand
time
what
out, time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling,
finish. Doctor, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
you're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you,
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay. So
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so anytime that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would see
that
it and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize that.
All right, I'm sorry. Doctor, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
so symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right, he just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times.
Really?
Overruled. We're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or
You
no?
said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's what you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring.
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that she discussed with her
Right. Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right.
I
Like,
don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
To
Doctor,
agree.
doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works. all right, you don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
Overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs,
I'm not sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood tests to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
Oh my gosh, the I don't care. Okay, hang on, everybody. Welcome, welcome. There are 539 of you here. I know that we're behind. Don't worry, we always catch up. So thank you so much for joining me. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases, legal cases. We're right in the middle of Lindsay Clancy, as you know. I know the prosecutor's going to get up and we're going to be through soon. I know they're on break. I know. All right, so if you have not hit that like button, please do. We're trying to get, our goal is 250K today. I know we can do it. I know you can do it. And thank you everybody who has given gifts thus far for my notebook and my headphone fund. As soon as we get through this, we're going to answer questions and talk about everything. Thank you. Please be patient. We'll be right back together very soon.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24th, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
He's going to allow it because otherwise we'll never get through this testimony.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I am not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I am not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field. And Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, why was it, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halburn ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halburn in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halburn offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yeah.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
All right, I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, they're at sidebar. You guys know what that means. Tappity tap, 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 tap. So hold on to your questions. We're going to get there at lunchtime. I forget who it was. I'd have to go up here and yeah, it's amazing how his memory is back. We're going to zoom through this. I know we're going to catch up here in just a minute. I forget, the chat is just going crazy. So one of you asked, what makes a good witness? Well, that is a very loaded question. I'll try to answer that as best as my ability. You guys know, oops, sorry, I went too fast. You guys know there are many, it's subject to opinion as to whether or not you think a person's a good witness.
About the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing as to that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
if I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
my understanding is that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there's a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right. As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
The description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So, concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was
All right.
aware,
Thank you.
but I
All
don't
right,
know that you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go away. All right, I know
All right,
we're
so,
behind.
Members of the jury.
Hold on.
We're going to take the morning break at this point. And we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have
Okay, I know they might be back already. I don't know. We'll see. I know I'm behind. All right, I just have a couple of, you guys have a couple of questions, what have you. Number one, the jurors are not supposed to watch, see, read, or do anything outside when they leave. They are not sequestered, which means they are not transported to and from to a hotel. They get to go home at night. They are not supposed to read, watch, see anything. If they encounter something, they're supposed to ignore it. If they do encounter something that is of questionable value, they are supposed to report that to the judge. I do want to let you guys know that I know for a fact this jury and other juries take these things very, very, very seriously. Because if it ever comes out that a juror has done outside research, has been listening, watching, or what have you, and you find out, you could be held in contempt, meaning you could have charges brought on you as a juror for not following the rules. When you take an oath that you're going to follow the rules, and if you don't, you could have serious consequences. So the judge asks, you guys know he asks these questions in the morning and in the evening. Did you see, watch, hear anything, etc.? The other day on, was it Thursday or Friday, he took the jurors one by one and asked them, did you see, watch, or anything? Because there was the protesters outside or the people who were cheering or supporters, etc. And they could see that when they went inside the courthouse. So he asked them individually, does that change your opinion of this case? Can you still be impartial? Because at the bottom line is, if at any point during this trial, a juror does not listen to the rules, there could be a mistrial. And you don't want to be that juror who did that. Just saying I know they're taking it very seriously. And let's change it and let's put you in their shoes. You would take it very personally as well. I do know, like in Florida, there was a trial, the Adelson trial, when like somebody was scrolling through like TikTok or something and they happened to like catch something, they immediately just disregarded it and didn't watch it. So it happens. They just need to be careful that they don't watch things. So I wanted to make that clear. Let's just see where we're going to be at. Somebody said they're at lunch, but I know that they're taking a break. Let's just see if they are at break or they're coming back. Okay, it looks like they're still at their breakity break, right? All right, so we are caught up. All right, law lovies, thank you so much for joining me. If you don't know who I am, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. Oh, what did you say? Something about them coming back? They said they're coming back. They don't go to lunch until 1. Okay, well, I'm just seeing that I went through Zoomy fast and I didn't see them come back yet. So we're all caught up. How can the jury be selected in the Alex Murdaugh case? Eva, that's a great question. I think that they're going to change the venue. So they were in Colton County in the beginning, and now in the pretrial hearing, they're somewhere else. I don't know the name or where they're at. They're discussing whether or not they're going to change the venue. So they may go to somewhere completely else. So we'll talk about that as we go on. All right, everybody who's just joining me, there are 507 of you. We would like to get to 100,000 likes before they go to lunch. So if everybody could please tappity tap, tap, tap. And if you would like to contribute to my notebook and headphone fund, thank you. The pen fund, thank you. We've gotten some new pens. If you didn't know, we got the Intech pens and the II Gen pens from TikTok. Those are fabulous. I'll go over those later. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about, so as you guys know, once the Lindsay Clancy trial is over, you guys are going to, I don't think they're at lunch already. I don't know. I'm getting conflicting information that they're at lunch. They're not at lunch. They're on break right now. I don't know if they're at lunch. Some people say they're coming back. I don't know. I just know right now the court hasn't come back. Why did Dr. Mack testify via Zoom? I don't know. He lives in a different state. He doesn't even live in Massachusetts, and so I don't know. Everybody says they're on break. They're at lunch. Somebody says morning break. All right. Well, y'all are conflicted. It's okay. It's going to be just fine. We don't have to know the answer to that. It's live. I'm live. So if you're just joining me, I'm also watching it live on YouTube. If you want to join me over there, same channel name, Legalese123. Make sure to like and subscribe if you want to join us. Yes, sometimes we're behind. I stop to answer your questions, or we stop to laugh and chat. Let's see. All right. I don't have any report from anybody in the courtroom that says that whether they're on break or anything. So it's okay. It's going to be just fine. I'm live. I'm right on schedule. It'll be all right. Okay. What's going to happen in my channel once that the Lindsay Clancy trial is over? In my opinion, I think that this might be ending by the end of this week. Tomorrow, if they get through the other two people today, cross your fingers, right? If they get through the two witnesses today, Dr. Halburn and Dr. S, I don't know I can't pronounce his name. Then tomorrow, supposedly, they're going to go over closing statements and jury instructions. And then I predict perhaps by lunchtime, if everything goes well, that the jury will get the case. When will the jury be finished? I propose maybe by the end of this week, because tomorrow is Tuesday. So that'll give them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is my guess. What will it be? We don't know. Once we hear everything else, then we will talk about all of that. I am waiting for all the evidence to come into trial, including at the end and closing arguments. And I need to find out, because they were still arguing, what exactly is she going to be charged with? I need to know what she's going to be charged with to assess my opinion. We'll get there. All right. So I wanted to talk to you guys just a little bit about the DSM-5. There's been a lot of talk about the DSM-5. What we've heard is that in the DSM-5, when it comes to postpartum, there's only like a paragraph out of the entire book. And I ask you, as the at-home jurors and women and men, or whomever has had anybody that experienced birth, etc., a little paragraph, is that enough? Why is it just a little paragraph? I know there's got to be studies on women. We're in 2026. We're not still back in the 18th century, or as my children says, the 1900s, right? We're not back in the 18th century again. Why are we not focused more on women's health, especially when it comes to postpartum? Oh, they're coming back. See, everybody, we're back. So I'm going to pause for just a second. We're going to go over what the DSM-5 says and the core symptoms that Mac just talked about, and just kind of give an overall view of what you think and maybe what your experiences are. All right, we're back at it.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right.
No jury.
Sprague, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, we're ready for the jury. Bring the jury. All right, you guys, I forgot to do this morning. All right. Court's back in session. So are we. We caught up on the live. All right, everybody, there are 541 of you in here. If at least one of you, if everybody does at least 10 taps. Remember, they like to do mental math in the courtroom, if you forgot already. There are 540 of you. If you tap just 10 times, that'll get me 5,400 more likes. I want to get to 100,000 before the end of the trial, or end of the lunch. All right, there's Bob Mata right there. These are some of the other. There's Lauren. Lauren. Okay, you guys asked me. Okay, I have I have a pet peeve. Somebody challenged me the other day and asked me how I knew what was going on in the courtroom. You see this lovely girl over here in the orange that I paused, or you may not have seen. Anyways, her name is Lauren. She tweets out, "That's my girl." Okay? I'll tell you who she is and you can follow her. She writes for LA Magazine, and she reports, "Is Brian Enton in the courtroom? Anybody? Did you guys see Brian Enton?" I haven't seen Brian Enton today. Maybe they'll pan back. I know that guy is a Boston.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy.
Where's
All parties
Brian
are present,
Enton?
including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Attorney Spray, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Halbern.
All right, no surprise. Dr. Halgren. All right, if you guys don't know, this is the rebuttal case of the prosecution. The defense has already rested. Now the prosecution gets to bring on their own experts. They're going to bring on 3. This is number 2 to rebut the testimony of the defense's experts. And it's a battle of the experts. Who do you believe? You guys also asked the question of what witness do you believe? What do you believe that they say or they don't? Well, that's up to the jury to decide, right? They have to decide on the witness's testimony, whether they believe them to be credible, whether they're lying, whether they're truthful, and it
Good
all
morning,
just
Doctor.
depends
Morning,
on
sir.
who the person
I'm gonna
is.
ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Spray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you
Yes, the picture is coming. I have to wait till they zoom on the person. Also, if you're new here and you want to know why I cannot show you the video of the person, TikTok does not allow you to show the video. Give me just a minute. He'll be coming up in a second.
specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called SIPACT, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do, but between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either.
Okay, I have to say something. He's looking at his notes to see what his CV is. You guys, that you're not supposed to. You're supposed to know offhand what your credentials are. Just FYI.
They're coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluation.
Okay, I have to pause for just a second. If you guys are nerdy like I am, there's been a conceptual thought process about, and I talk about it quite often. It's called the pathways to violence. I've talked about it here as well. And when he was talking, I was like, oh, he must be doing the pathways to violence. So I quickly looked it up. Pathway to violence is, and I told you this, I'm just going to give you a quick overview. It is somebody's psychological thought process of they're going down a path. You're going down a path, and then you got like a fork in the road, right? and you can choose this way or you can choose this way. And at any point in time, you can choose your path and change your path. And so when it comes to violence, they study this very, very, very deeply about what and how somebody makes a decision at what moment to do the act that they do. So I'm wondering if this might come up. It's very, very interesting if you're into like psychologically thrilling things and what is the psychological makeup of somebody and why they do the things that they do. Because at any point in time, right? When we talk about Lindsay Clancy, at any point in time, she could have stopped, right? And there were 3, right? She did 1, she could have stopped. She did 2, she could have stopped, right? Just want to put that bee in your bonnet if he gets there.
UE or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not. No, if I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are 2 different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we are try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear if my findings don't favor them is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to potentially over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Avram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone, variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy. And
did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we were.
All right, you guys, I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting restricted for my gifts because it says I don't know. I've done this many times. Today I did change it up to something else, but I know that they said notebook fund was fine. Hang on, I got to appeal. We'll still watch. Hold on.
Wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the, in terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school and she got straight A's basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those. And from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people that talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, so kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2, but,
okay.
but I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it, feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about Women and Infants, were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had some, they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and she.
Wait, I have a problem with that. First of all, didn't she see Miss McAllister beforehand with Dr. Tufts? And we never heard from McAllister. And then she was seeing Letitia Dukes, with whom she was having conversations with during Gelada. So you just misspoke there. And then you guys, I reemphasize this as well. You guys know that Dr. Tufts is also, I mentioned this before, I'm gonna mess it up. She does psychotherapy. Why didn't she do that with this patient? I'm just saying.
And it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Just a moment.
While he's shuffling through his notes, would psychotherapy have even helped her? Or would she have been honest with them? That's also a point of contention as well.
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise, and she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that. Yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might.
That's not what she asked you. She said, would you recommend that? If it works, that's not objection. Didn't answer the question.
Interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis by bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, to her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her whether, she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic. And that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes. But it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully.
Did you guys just see that he looked at her? Whoa, that was telling.
Carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
This is
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right.
All right, for all of you that are joining because the court is on break, don't worry, babes, I got you. That's why you follow me. I'm going to give you a quick recap in just a second. Let's see if they put anything on the record while they go for lunch. Yes, I'll do a recap. Hang on, everybody. Hold on tight. While we're waiting, thank you, everybody who has given to the Help Me Reach My Goal. So apparently, if you didn't know and you're new, if you've been giving gifts, thank you so much. TikTok dinged me because I said my notebook and headphone, and I used the F word with the D, F-U-N-D, and they did not like that. So perhaps maybe
All right.
they're...
Anything we need to address
Hang on.
before 2 o'clock? All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Recess! 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 Yay! Recess! All right, everybody, and welcome. Hello, everybody. My name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are new here, please like, subscribe, etc. If you want to join me after break, I am also live on YT. If you know, you know, wink, 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 YouTube. My channel name is the same, Legalese123. You guys can go over there and join me and watch with me. There is a lovely chat over there as well. I do go back and forth to the chat. Some people sit on and watch me because you can watch me on your television and I'm much, much larger. You can, some people are on their TV and they go onto TikTok and watch as well. If you missed this past Saturday's live, just buckle up, law lovies, because I will bring you more content. Once Lindsay Clancy is over, you're going to have withdrawals. What are we going to cover next? Well, this Thursday, we have a hearing in the Miles King, Rosemary Scapiccio, Michael Proctor, Karen Reed of it all. If you don't know about that case, don't worry, I got you covered. If we can watch that, it is going to be a live hearing where Rosemary Scapiccio is questioning the veracity of the district attorney and police officers about why they're missing discovery. It is going to be the best wild show you've ever seen. And also you get to see Rosemary Scapiccio in action. Remember, Rosemary Scapiccio is the civil attorney in Lindsay Clancy's case. So you get a preview of her. Also, I also gave you guys homework over the weekend. I told you to watch Trial 4. Put a 1 in the chat if you have watched Trial 4. If not, please go watch Trial 4. It's on Netflix. I don't get anything from it, but you'll get to see sort of how Massachusetts has a huge problem with discovery and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right, everybody, quick update of what we're covering when we move on. So this Thursday is Rosemary Scapiccio. Then this Friday, we get an update in the Raul Valet trial. Is that moving forward? If so, I would like to cover that for us, as well as then later on, September 8th is Fraser Bohm. And we might have some smatterings in between. But don't worry, because if we're not in court watching a trial, I will be giving you the behind the scenes pre-trial stuff. Missy, what does that mean? The motions, sometimes there's pre-trial hearings, etc. So each day might be something a little bit different. And I'm not sure about the time frame, but we'll get that all together once Lindsay Clancy is over. So please like, follow, turn your notifications on. I will be live on TikTok as well as YouTube when I'm doing these presentations. Why? TikTok does not like me to put anything that YouTube has on here. So unfortunately, I cannot show you. Can't show you this trial. I can't show you anything else. They will ding me. All right, for those of you just joining us who need a recap, earlier today, as you know, Dr. Mack was on the stand. Well, not really. He was on Zoom. And you know how the Zoom went. I do have to say this Zoom went a much, much, much better than Dr. Resnick, which was good. And if you all can guess, if you remember Dr. Mack's behavior on the stand on Friday, was it the exact same today? Yes, but it was a little bit worse because, you know, when you're on Zoom, there's like a delay. So if Reddington was going to say something, then Mac was saying something, and they were continually fighting over each other. And there were a couple of admonishments from the judge because Mac just kept talking on and on and on, and Reddington was trying to reel him back. And the judge basically just said, "You don't answer the questions here." "You don't ask the questions here." The judge said that to Mac. He's like, "You answer the questions." So I can venture to guess the judge is happy that Mr. Mack is gone. Why is that such a problem? Mr. Mack is an authoritarian person, right? He really likes to explain. Sometimes he over-explains. That's just him. That's his personality. That's the way he rolls. And Reddington doesn't want that. Reddington asked him many, many times yes or no questions, and he couldn't do that. So the judge admonished him again and said, if you don't know the answer, say you don't know. Don't go on this diatribe of something else, answering some other questions. So that's pretty much it. In the end, one of the things that they continued to talk about, the bone of contention, was what does the DSM-5 say? And again, remember, Dr. Mack referred to how many patients he had taken care of in the postpartum realm. And I believe it was anywhere from, so no speculating here. Jessica, you can speculate. Just don't know if we're going to be able to, help go down that road with you. He only has experience with 10 to 12 patients with postpartum. And we keep belaboring the point that in the DSM-5, there's only like a small paragraph about postpartum depression. I wanted to tell you, what does that mean? Sorry, I've been doing like 6 other things. Okay, really quickly. The DSM-5 says that the onset of postpartum, the window starts within the first 4 weeks following the delivery. And then that kind of just stops right there, right? It uses a strict 4-week window. Strict 4-week window. And we all know that it's beyond that. So I don't understand why they're like, the DSM is the Bible and you must go by this and there's nothing else. That is the problem that Reddington was having with this person. And the guy was not wavering from it. He's like, the DSM says this, and this is what I think. It's his opinion, right? He's getting paid for it, by the way. All right, to meet criteria, a person must experience 5 or more of the following symptoms at least a 2-week period, or at least have one symptom must be depressed mood or lost interest pleasure. These are the symptoms: depressed mood, empty feelings, severe anxiety, panic attacks. Did she have that? Yes. Loss of interest and pleasure daily activities. Did she have that? Yes. She said she couldn't get out of the bed in the morning. Insomnia, sleeping too much. Yes. Significant change in weight and appetite. Yes. Physical relentless or slowed movement. I don't know about that. Intense fatigue or low energy, feeling of worthlessness, excessive, inappropriate guilt. She did. Decreased concentration or severe indecisiveness, reoccurrent thoughts of death and S aside. Did this happen within 4 weeks? No, but she's having it now, or she's having it now, which is, 8 months out. So you guys decide. You guys decide. All right, everybody. Miss Liz says, keep it cute or she's gonna mute. It's not opinion. It is a guideline. She had to report to any of her issues started within 4 weeks. Yes, but what if she had it after 4 weeks? Is she still within that limit? That's my question. Does the DSM-5 need to be changed? She's faking. All right. If she's not guilty due to mental illness, then so is, and I can't read it because the comments are, then so is Aaron Hernandez, Justice for the Children. All right, you guys seem to be disagreeing. Was a DSM made by men? Probably. All right. I know I had these thoughts in those first 4 weeks, but didn't see my provider until 6 weeks. Exactly. So does that mean that not my cup of B? Does that mean that you don't have it? These are the issues that we're talking about. All right. Do not spam the chat over and over again. So we are going to block you. We're going to block you. Thank you, guys. You have to go by the DSM as a doctor. We will get sued if we base off of other things. Ash, that's a great point. But if you don't fit the DSM-5, is there a possibility that you could sort of think outside of the box? Why do we have to go by whatever on this page? Can't we go off thoughts and feelings and stuff like that? You guys, we blocked that person, so don't question that person again. Has the DSM been updated since the 50s? I believe they said it was in the 80s or 90s, if I'm not mistaken, but they're due to have another one. And they do think that maybe, perhaps, they're not 100% sure, but the postpartum part of it will be updated. It's worked for a majority of Americans. Why change a handful of people? That's a great question. Bots are here. Thank you. The bias of the man he is would think it's hard line on 4 weeks. Women would not. Exactly. All right, everybody, if you have not shared the live, please do. You guys are hearting. I appreciate that. We did get to 100,000 likes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, my gifting is open. I had to change the name of it because TikTok dinged me. I think it was the FUND that I had on there. Not sure. It's been on there for weeks now, and all of a sudden they're like, no, today we're going to give Missy a hard time. So if you'd like to contribute, you are contributing to my notebook fund. What does that mean? You guys, I write various copious notes. I also make a timeline, etc., etc., etc. We talk about a variety of issues. I did get my pens. Thank you so much for those who suggested the Right Tech and the II Gen off of TikTok, the erasable gel pens. They're fabulous. Recommend going to get them. Not sponsored yet, but we'll talk about that. All right, you guys, let's talk about a tear versus an episiotomy. Would you guys like to know this lovely story? All right. So, when I was giving birth to my first child, as you guys know, Trial 4 on Netflix. Lost of Cajun says, I cannot wait for Reddington's Cross on this. Yes. Because mental health is scary. If you're hearing voices, would you tell your doctor? Heck no. Raina, that is a good point. A lot of people are not honest with their doctors. Are you honest with your doctor? Do you tell them everything? And even though you have been honest with your doctor, do you feel like you've been gaslit? These are the questions. All right. Tear versus episiotomy. Ladies, we talked about this a little bit earlier. So this is going to be a little bit TMI. So hold on just a minute. First child was coming out face up, apparently. And it was a little bit of pain. Not a lot, but a little bit. And of course, you're in a hospital. We all know that you can't change positions in a hospital. Long story short, I had a change of doctors. The shift had changed. It was just after 7 o'clock. So I had a shift in doctors. And let me just tell you, there was apparently a crisis where everybody was just having their babies all at once. And I was having difficulty, but I didn't know I was having difficulty. New doctor comes into the room. There is nobody else there. It's me, doctor, and my husband. No one else. No nurses, nothing. Shift change. That woman, I tell you, that woman comes in, says, oh, I see that you're getting ready to have this baby. I see that this baby is not coming out nicely. So she unpacks her surgical equipment, doesn't tell me what she's doing, doesn't tell me anything. You know what she says to me? I'm going to give you something for the pain because I didn't have any medication. I'm going to give you something for the pain. I'm deliriously having a baby, right? And she's like, I'll just give you something for the pain. And all of a sudden, she slices. I had no idea what was going on. My husband was flabbergasted and just was like, and of course, baby comes out. You're excited. You're elated. Baby comes out. Yay, We were going to have words with her. We didn't in the end, but we could have sued her. So that's my story. Yeah, wasn't warmed. I didn't scream because I wasn't in pain. So I had no idea that it had happened to me. No idea. And should have sued. But we all know, right, what they would have said, right? Oh, your baby's in danger. The heartbeat of your baby. So we needed to get him out quickly because he was in danger. So late. This was Mass General, you guys. Mass General. It was a long time ago. So it's okay. But you guys, that's when I asked you guys the question. if Reddington's making this point, I understand this doctor's talking about other things, but he did make the faux pas that he said tear versus episiotomy. And we all know there's a huge difference between the two. So, will that affect the jury? About this dude's credibility? That is pretty much what's at question. All right. Everybody. All right, how are you guys doing? How's everybody doing? Oh, Amber, probably, but you see the probably I did. I probably signed my life away because I'm a first-time mom and I'm terrified, right? And I was just getting ready to have that baby and and I was very euphoric. You guys want to talk about a dissociative state where you're not, I mean, all the things that Lindsay Clancy are talking about. We're not going to do a poll just yet. We're going to take a poll after we hear everything. I was in such a euphoric dissociative state when having that baby. First of all, I was very tired because it was in the middle of the night. And secondly, when you get there is something about like the chemicals in the room and stuff. It really affected my husband. And this is a real thing. I'm sure you guys know about this. It affected my husband. Like he went to go faint. And of course, all the nurses are like, oh my gosh, you fainted. And so they're over there taking care of him. I'm like, hey, over here, people, baby. If you know, you know, like when they show these in the shows and stuff, it was actually true. I'm like, what the heck is going on? When I arrived to the hospital, I was already pushing. And then when I got there, everything ceased because my flight or fight situation was resolved because I was now in a controlled environment. So everything just halted. So it was a lot. All right, let's see what your things are. Having a type of chronic illness can cause depression. Yeah, I'm sure that I signed consent. I'm sure I did. In the moment, where you're just not thinking, you're like, sure, whatever, do whatever you want to me. I do remember the anesthesiologist coming in and making me sign a form. And again, I was totally euphoric. I did write on the form that I don't know what I'm signing. Here's my name. I did write on the form because I'm like, here, read this. I was just like, what? You had 4 babies and 3 cuts, 2 different doctors. She did it during a contraction, and you'd have done it again. All right. Your baby popped out like one of those squish toys. You guys, my second child, who was premature, popped out like that, like it was a slip and slide, and he still was in his sack. You guys, he was still in the sack. It was really weird and gross to watch. As a juror, I would not trust his opinion. Yep, multiple things would affect his credibility, including his inability to answer questions. Yeah, you guys, I think that that's also an issue as well. Will the jurors be turned off by him because he cannot follow simple commands? Your neuro thinks your depression is caused by MS. Ooh, interesting. They insisted on doing the probe. Oh, they did that to mine too. They did that to mine. They did. I wasn't happy about that. Again, first baby, you're like, sure, second baby, no, third baby, absolutely not. Don't most women get cut? Almost everyone I know that has had a C-section. That was the first and only time that I was cut. So no. And I mean, if by chance that that's a standard thing, that doesn't seem right to me, but not a doctor. Oh, I know. Yeah, you guys know. All right. Let's see what other questions you guys have. You tore with both kids. The second one, you were telling the doctor it stings. like I think I tore. He was like, I didn't see one, but I'll check again. Thanks. Thanks. While you're down there. right down there. Reddington is going to jump on him. He explained a lot better than this first dude, but jury must be so tired of this. Your mom had MS. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it lunch break? Yes, it's lunch break. All right, so I gave you a recap. That was Dr. Mack. And then now Dr. number 2, Dr. Helburn is on the stand. Again, Dr. Helburn and Dr. Mack both assessed Lindsay at one time together. Is that foul play? Seems like it's not. It's not. It's like sort of a nothing burger. Maybe Reddington's just like inquiring about that because again, he's going into credibility issues, impeaching the other person. And you guys, Dr. Helburn is giving us Lindsay's medical history all over again. It is a rehash. You guys really didn't miss anything. What he's basically saying is how he came to his diagnosis, which we haven't gotten to yet. So if you're coming back after lunch to hear what Dr. Helburn has to say, you are just in time. Basically, what he's saying is that he has diagnosed her with bipolar 2 based off of several different factors, just as well as Tewksbury has. And he's also stated that the Tewksbury people are giving her medicine, etc. And therefore, she's not having the same issues that she was having before. A lot of you have talked about that. Why is she not having these things like she was before? Thank you, Amy Vaughn. Oh, you did the paper crane. Thank you so much. What else was I? Oh, so I have some questions. I have questions. He said his diagnosis was hard. It's so hard to diagnose her. Yes, because Dr. Helburn, I just want you to know that you just looked over the medical records and you only interviewed her for maybe a day or so or whatever. And you're also interviewing her 3 days or 3 years after the effect. And she's also medicated and stuff. So she's not the same person that she was back then. The pillow fight, give it to me. Yes, that's so cute. Thank you. So, you know, was it so hard to diagnose her? 4 to 5 hours interview. So I don't know. The other doctor's diagnosis was bipolar as well. So what else did I have? I wrote down something else that bothered me. He kept saying that it got worse. It gets worse when he was talking about her and her discussing her things with her doctors. Words matter. So, I pick up on these things. It got worse, really. It got worse. Isn't that an indicator that maybe something else is going on here and that she was misdiagnosed? And I keep saying, was she misdiagnosed? Because, again, that's going to be in the civil case. Mind you, I'm talking about Dr. Tufts. Because Dr. Gelada, or not, nurse practitioner Gelada said that she thought it was bipolar. Remember, Patrick said, no, it's not bipolar. So that's going to be a little bit of a hard time. And then he also was talking about the difference between the voices in your head. And so you guys, I don't know about you, but I also feel like I'm being medically diagnosed by this person when he says that the thoughts in your head are intrusive. And I wrote this down, intrusive and unwelcomed. So you guys know that there are some people who have an internal dialogue in their head. I do. There are some people who don't. And I want to talk to the people that don't. But there are some people that don't have this in their head. And so is he trying to tell me that all of my thoughts in my head are intrusive and that I should stop talking to myself in my head? So what am I supposed to do? I mean, I have an internal conflict inside my head all the time. As I'm sitting here talking to you, I have an internal conflict in my head. How do I get these intrusive thoughts out of my head? Yeah, you thought everyone had that. They don't. There's some people that don't. I'm not joking you. There are some people, Yeah, only if it's unwelcome. Thank you. I'm playing a little silly here. Trying to play devil's advocate, that I'm trying to diagnose myself. Are my thoughts welcomed? Should I tell them to go away? I'm just being silly and fun. Thank you, Amy Vaughn. Amy Vaughn's lighting me up with these gifts, you guys. Thank you, everybody who has given gifts. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Jeffrey sent a heart me. Thank you, Jeffrey. I can't go through. Sometimes this thing goes. Liz says, let's get to 150,000 likes before lunch is done. Yes, yes, yes. And everybody, let's go ahead. We're going to spam the chat here at 3 a.m. when they're not welcome, when you want to sleep. Yeah, you guys. So there are times where I wake up in the middle of the night and I cannot stop my thought process. And I'm like, please be quiet. Please be quiet. All right, everybody, we're going to spam the chat. Apparently, I don't know if this works or not, but we're going to spam it with the hashtag FYP. Everybody, hashtag FYP. And it's okay because I'll go backwards to go forwards to look at your messages. I'm brightening your day after your fur baby passed away. Amy, I'm so sorry. Amy, what kind of doggy did you have? I don't think I got that. You guys, Amy's doggy passed away over the weekend, and we are very, very sad for her. Can I recap, please? You've been MIA with kids with swim class. I think I just did. Let me know if I didn't. Dr. Mack had taken the stand this morning. They were still fighting over each other as to what his credibility was. And then now we have Dr. Helburn on the stand, and he's going through his however many pages of PowerPoint presentation to get to the end diagnosis where he does not think, oh my gosh, Nick, look at that. Nick is lighting it up, you guys. Woohoo! Sending me many bouquets of flowers. Thank you. You guys, look at this. Well, one thing says Roxy and the other one says Nick Nack Nook. Is it Nick Nack Nook? I'm probably mispronouncing that. Your sleep has been suffering during this trial. I know you need to sleep, but you're not tired. Oh my goodness. Well, that's not a good sign. So you have a problem with Dr. Kirk saying she didn't have decreased need for sleep. Yep. And you guys, they keep going back to this baby bottle thing. That's starting to irk me. Look at the money. You guys, the baby not taking a bottle thing. Do you guys really feel like that's a bone of contention? Oh my goodness, my baby's not taking a bottle. And is that exactly why she's having the thoughts and the stuff that she's having? I keep hearing that. I know it's bothering me a little bit. It's just bothering me. I know. Amy Vaughn, did you send me a message and tell me about your dog? How do we contribute to the goal? Glitterati Sugar Labs. I think like down below, you like get coins and stuff. Can somebody, one of the mods, talk to Glitterati and tell her how she can contribute to the gifts? Because I can't say FUND. This trail has kept you away. The trial has kept me awake. Let me tell you, it is. You guys, it does for me too. I go back and forth. Took him 50 slides to reach his diagnosis. God knows how many slides we have left to get to criminal responsibility. Rug, you guys, you and me are on the same page. I was like, we're on number 8 out of what? What's your PowerPoint presentation? And mind you guys, we still have one more witness to go through. Can we please be done with the rehashing of the doctors? Is she already anxious? I could see how it could be contributing to her thoughts. Well, she was going back to work and she was worried about the baby taking a bottle. But then the nanny testified and said the baby was taking a bottle. So, is it just a worried mother, or are we, just because this is one of the bones of contention that these doctors keep saying the same thing over and over again? You think it contributes when you tried to stop breastfeeding your baby and went on strike, basically. Yep, I've been with you. I breastfed all 3 of mine. And yeah. For breastfeeding mom, that's a huge deal. At least it was to me. Oh, you sent it above, Amy. Oh, poop. You know, everybody is like written stuff, Amy. I'm going to have to look and see. Mods. If one of you can tell me what type of dog Amy has. Oh, she was a Havelmat Havanese Maltese mixed. Her name was Elsa, and she was only 5 pounds. Oh my gosh. That's like a purse dog, right? Amy, did you carry your dog in a purse around and about in a bag? I need to know. You guys, we need to take a moment for Amy. Amy Vaughn lost her dog Elsa over the weekend, and we are very, very sad. We had a moment of silence this morning for her little puppy, and it was very sad. You feel like prosecutors are trying to say that she was anxious from the bottle, not leaving with Pat. It was a big problem for you too. See, you guys, look how we've come together. These nonstop thoughts can be so annoying. They sure can, you guys. They sure can. Yes, she had a bag that looked like a diaper bag that had vents and stuff. Super cute bag. Oh my gosh, Amy, that is so cute. You're like Elle Woods with your vent bag with your doggy in it. That's so cute, you guys. Amy Vaughn had a purse doggy. That's what I'm calling it. Yes, everybody's so sorry for your loss, Amy. Justice for Lindsay Clancy, justice for Chris Watts and Ted Bundy. Oh, well, all right. Guess what? We have it again, guys. We have the same person again. Burn, whatever your name is, if you continue to, if please do. Oh, there you go. He's got rid of her. All right, moving on. A lot of women have mental illnesses, but do not burn. Yes. And that is Barbie. That is a very good point. That's a very good point. A lot of women have mental illnesses, but they do not murder their babies. That's a very good point. Thank you, Liz. You keep questioning why Reddington has changed his verdict twice. What do you mean by that? Verdict twice. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question. You posted a few posts on your page if anyone wants to see during the break and after the live. So Amy Vaughn says, go see her TikTok page because she posted her puppy. I will after we're done. I can only do one thing at a time. You stopped breastfeeding to take your meds because your baby's safety was more important than anything else. J. Marie, thank you for sharing that. That is a lot. Do I think a person, she was having hallucinations, would know if it's not intrusive thoughts? That's a good question. Oh, trust me though, we feel bad for any weakness in motherhood, and mental health is part of that. I think you're trying to say. I think worse this about the trial is the victim, the children seem to be afterthought. Mama of 7 grown kids, I still worry about them daily. That is being a mom. If she had remorse, in my opinion, I would have admitted guilt and not put my friends and put my friends and family through all of this. Yeah. If mental illness can be used as an excuse, then prisons will be empty and hospitals overcrowded. Well, aren't hospitals overcrowded as well as prisons right now anyways? She mentioned she wouldn't hurt herself because of the kids or her mom. She did. And then what caused that to change then? Whoa, look at me. Do. Okay, you guys, there's another song that came into my mind when he was going step by step. So you guys, when he's going step by step, you guys know that like the New Kids song came into my head and I mentioned it. Also, there's another song that when you did that thing with the glasses. So Silence says, my son would not drink from a bottle. I went to the pediatrician about it and she told me he will take the bottle when he's hungry, not to breastfeed him. I said, yeah, no. Well, you guys, so when my child was a preemie, I think I mentioned this to you. One of the only ways I could get him out of the NICU unit was because they said you had to breastfeed him. And I said, yeah, no. I mean, sorry, you had to bottle feed him. In order for him to leave the hospital, he has to take a bottle. I'm like, no, he don't. No, he doesn't. So I'm like, he out of here. We're breaking him out of here, whether you like it or not. So yeah. So there's another song. It's called Native Love by Divine. It is an 80s, 90s song in the clubs, and that was it as well. So when he was going step by step, that song came to me. And then when he did this, I was like, 80s club. When he said next slide, please, like this is a lecture. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that one's so cute too. I like that one. That is so cute. You guys are making me laugh today. Those are so cute. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, I felt like we were in a lecture, which in some ways is fascinating, you guys, as I was talking to you about the pathways to violence. He is part of, he does those as well. He also wrote some other stuff. Let me tell you what he used. Hang on. I was looking him up. Oh my goodness. Hold on. All right. He wrote a whole bunch of books. He wrote Forensic Mental Health Assessment Casebook, The Path Forward, Psychological Services in the Community with Justice-Involved Individuals and to Forensic Systems, Reitman Psychology and the Legal System. And then there was something about, asked me if I wanted to know something about the juvenile justice system. So I wondered if he has something to do with juveniles as well. Oh, I also want to talk about Park Dietz. So as you know, they got the psychologist from Park Dietz. What it sounds like to me is that Park Dietz is a consulting firm. And it's like, are you a psychologist or psychiatrist? And would you like to go testify in trials? Great. Give me your resume and we'll put it on our list because Park Dietz, we're reputable. So we'll put it on our resume and then, we'll help you get trial ready. And therefore, when the Commonwealth of Massachusetts needs psychiatrists or psychologists to come testify, they can go to our website and peruse our catalog, and then you can choose accordingly, right? And, that is how they found Dr. Mack and Helleburn. Is that a bad thing? It depends. It depends on what you think, right? It depends on what you're feeling and what you think. You think it resonates so much because most women have irrational fears about their babies. They do. We get goo-goo crazy, right? Goo-goo gaga over our babies. And protective, right? You're like, mama bear comes out. Was this the first time we learned that she was diagnosed with bipolar 2? No, they mentioned it earlier on that she was diagnosed when she went to Tewksbury that she had bipolar. So I did hear that before. And just remember, I want to remind you, Dr. Gelada said that she thought she was bipolar, not nurse practitioner Gelada. They're all doctors. Nurse practitioner Gelada thought that she was bipolar, and Patrick was with her and said, no, she's not bipolar. So, Dietz was the guy that was referred to as the Law and Order episode that didn't happen. That's right, Miss Moonbeams, because Mr. Dietz faux pas on that. Would he then be considered to be an expert anymore and testify? Probably not. Also, I think Dr. Mack has some clearing up to do. I think Dr. Mack's rate for his services have just depleted, meaning his rates are probably going to go down because probably he won't be hired. And you guys know that when these defense lawyers or even prosecutors for that matter, they look to see what you've testified in before and they go and watch those, especially like someone said he was in the Take Care of Maya case. Oh boy. And I can just only imagine what he said there. So I wonder if he was yicky there, if he was yicky here. You think more needs to be studied and incorporated about the hormones into PP, the surge of Oxycontin. Yeah. Also, I told you already, there was a TikTok person who was on talking about her delivering her baby. And she went to her doctor and she said she's having all these thoughts and feelings and whatever. They're like, oh, that's just normal. And she's like, no, this is not normal. And so she yeeted that doctor and went to like a naturalist or whatever. And they checked her blood. And she said she had low progesterone. And so therefore, they gave her some progesterone and she was much better. How many of us had not slept with a newborn because we were checking their breathing? Absolutely. In the civil case, it says that she was diagnosed with bipolar 1, question mark. I don't remember if she was or she wasn't. I would have to go back and look and see. But FYI, if you don't know, I have a Facebook page, Legalese123. Go over there and make sure to like that page and subscribe. Well, you don't really subscribe to that just yet, but you go like the page. And on there, I have Lindsay Clancy's civil case. Trigger warning, if you read it, it might change your opinion in this case, but it is a good read. And when we go to jury verdict and stuff, we'll then switch to the civil cases. I'll tell you what's going on in Patrick's case. He's suing for wrongful death. She's suing for medical malpractice. What does that mean? Who are their attorneys? What are their cases now? They both filed in January of this year. So just wanted to let you know. Yes, he's the disgraced expert in the Lindsay or in the Yates case. Doesn't mean that he can't have a consulting firm, you guys. He needs to make money, right? Last thing you heard was Dr. Mack. Quick update on what happened today. Where is 2022? We have Dr. Helleburn, who was on the stand. Remember, he and Dr. Mack met up and met with Lindsay, and then they sat down and interviewed her together. By the way, some of you were questioning, what was the video? The video they put into evidence that the jury can see, but we at home don't get to see, is they had a big videographer videotaping Lindsay's interview with them as they were asking her questions, kind of like a deposition. And so they put it into evidence so the jurors get to see that at their leisure if they choose to, but we don't get to see it. It's not coming in for us to see. So Dr. Helleburn was on the stand. He's going through his PowerPoint presentation, so you didn't miss anything. I don't know what page we're on in this lecture, but it's definitely a good read. And he just basically rehashed all of the stuff that the doctors were talking about in her depressive episodes. He keeps going back that she was depressed, that she had anxiety, that she was fearful because she was going back to work and the baby wasn't taking a bottle, and then that she wasn't sleeping, and then she got medicines because she was sleeping, and then she was depressed, and then she took medicines for that, and that wasn't working, and that wasn't working. So he did a lot of rehashing what we already know the other doctors testified to, and he's just getting ready to do his diagnosis of what he found with her. So he's going to be talking about the criminal responsibility. Did she know? We talked about this before. Did she know what she did to the children, and was that illegal? So he's getting right into the crux of that, and hopefully he'll get through that, and then Reddington will get through that, and then we have one more witness. Otherwise, you guys, if we don't, then tomorrow we're going to have another witness, and then who knows what's going to happen with closing arguments and what have you, and then this is going to be push. So with that said, I'd like for them to get through their witnesses today so that tomorrow we can get a new subject, like the end of this trial. Look at Jenny! Woo! Money. I love those guns. I almost just want to go get one just so I could like do that. But then you have to, it's like, you guys remember a 52 card pickup when you were a kid? And if you don't, I'm sorry. 52 card pickup was somebody who didn't know, and you have a deck of cards and you're like, hey, would you like to play 52 pickup? And they're like, yes, I would. And then like you shoot all the cards out just like the money gun. And they're like, there you go. Now you have to pick all those up. The mean things that you did to other people. Didn't the civil case say she was diagnosed with bipolar 1? Can you have both? Liz, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at that. Is this guy in the adolescents and pediatrics too? Emmy, I don't know. When I was Googling him, it did say something about juvenile stuff. I assume this doctor has been around since the 1900s. If you know, you know. Actually, he's back in the 80s. So I think he's done a lot. I think his CV was very impressive. I think he's done a myriad of things. But they did not harp on that. That was me mentioning that when I went to go Google him. Maybe that's for the greater good. Seems like he cared more and not incriminating himself than this guy. Yes. Why are so many women defending this? Shardsley Shar. Defending what? Be more specific. Isn't Dietz the reason this case is being recalled? I'm not sure. I've only heard rumors. Yes. In Andrea Yates' case, she was found guilty and then sent to jail. They appealed it because he made a false statement, which is an error on the court, and it goes against her Sixth Amendment rights. So she got retried, and now she's in the mental hospital. I hope that answers that. If you guys don't know, go to Wikipedia and type in Andrea Yates, and you can get, we went over that. You guys, we went over that before Thursday morning's trial, before this dude hit the stand. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I had already hit that topic before we got there. So I'm like, dang. They can track consistencies too if they made a different answer to the same question. Yep. Mac reminded me of Uncle Fester. Yes. And if you guys don't know, there's a girl on here. V, if you're here, make yourself known. V makes these AI TikToks and they're hilarious. And she did it with Uncle Fester. If she's on here, I'm going to see if I can tag her so that you can go to her page. You guys, her page is blowing up. She's doing lots and lots of things. I also give her some suggestions because they're super funny. And she's really funny. You should go follow her. Do you think that Reddington is bringing up a good question as to why the two were together before questioning? He will. But I have to tell you guys, objection as an at-home viewer, you need to see that video. Well, I think Reddington is going to be a little bit different with this guy. Why? Again, it's whatever the vibe is, right? When Reddington starts to ask him questions, if he's on the defensive already, then Reddington's going to treat him hostilely. I don't think this guy is going to play like this. I think this guy is similar to Dr. Resnick, where he's just going to answer the questions. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of what I call tete-a-tete, which means a lot of fighting. The last witness, based on his diagnosis on her responses to medication, didn't say that they shouldn't do that. Did she watch someone do it while telling her she did it? I wonder. Started chopping up her shepherd's pie. Okay, I had to read. My mind went somewhere else. So I had to take a moment to read that out loud. Not considering response to meds is like putting your fingers on your ears. Yes. La, 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 la. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Well, I also do have a bone of contention when it comes to her and the meds and not listening to the doctors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So if you're just joining me, I'm just checking on the feed. It's still there. All right. Law Lovies, you know what time it is. I have to take a small, quick break. I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate all of the gifts that you're giving. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're at 144, you guys. Boy, we have a long way to go. You know I want to get to 250 likes before this day is over. Why? Because it's just a goal that I have. So while I go use the ladies' room, wink, wink, if you know, you know, and maybe go talk to a kid or two of mine. You guys, my kids are leaving me. School's back. School's gonna be back in session later on this week, and I'm losing children, which is okay because they need to go and be their own people. But I need to go talk to them for a second. So it is on. I am going to turn the volume up. I'm just gonna go away for a hot second and go do things. So don't worry. The feed is on so you can hear it, and Dr. Helburn will be back on the stand. But you guys know they never come back in time. So I'll be right back, everybody. Just talk amongst yourselves and hit that like button. I would like to see us, I know this is a big ambitious goal. We're at 146. Let's get to 175 before I get back. Wink, wink, wink. All right, everybody, I'll be back. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hello, I'm back. All children have been talked about, and everybody's well. What I miss? What I miss? Oh, I wasn't gone long. We didn't make it to 175. Granted, I was probably gone for what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes? All right, there are 276 of you guys in here. Let me try to do the FYP. Also, who was it? I don't remember. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was Miss Rivera. Thank you for the rose, love. Oh, those are so cute. I missed them while I was gone. Who was it? Somebody said the Go Something page. I forget what it was. Remember, I'm still a little bit new to TikTok, and I'm trying to figure out how things go, etc. Don't worry, we're still live. You haven't missed anything. All right, you guys, if you have not seen, I made a TikTok about what we're going to follow next. I was trying to see if I could bring it up. Let me see. Hold just a moment. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. No, I'm over here. Hold on. I have so many things open, you guys. It's bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oops. No. Okay, let me see if I can bring this up. If I can bring this up on both pages. One moment. Oh, is that it? Oh, here it is. All right, hold on just a second. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Oh, darn it. All right, hold on. Let me get it up over here. Don't worry, we're still live. We haven't done anything. Let me just show you this, just so everybody knows. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear it in just a second. Oh, here it is. I might have to play it twice. Hold on. Oh, hang on. Where'd that go? Oops, sorry. Olivia says she can hear it. Miss Rivera, you cannot hear it? Huh. Well, I'm very sorry that you could not hear that. Some people could hear it. All right. Anyways, I made that nice little lovely thing. It's on my TikTok page. Just kind of tells you where we're headed and where we're going to move forward. It was very loud. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you couldn't hear it on YouTube? Huh. I wonder why. Well, I'll have to think about that. Sorry. Thank you. I don't know why you couldn't hear it over there. All right. I'll have to look at that. You can't with the polka dot bow today. I know. My sister got that for me. You guys, I don't wear these out in public. So like people would not, I guess maybe they could recognize me, but I don't wear these out in public. I know I'm a little silly. Anyways, so you guys, as you know, that is where we're kind of headed when it comes to what cases we're going to cover. And so every day, Monday through Friday, and maybe the weekends, we'll have to see how things, if they start piling on each other, that'll have to be aired on the weekends, as to what cases we're going to cover next. Now, some of it will be live trial, gavel to gavel coverage. Some of it's going to just be what's called pre-trial things, motions, etc., to get us to when it goes to trial. We did a little bit this weekend with the hearing for the Alec Murdaugh case, and that one just went on and on and on. So we had to stop. I have to go back and write some notes. I'll make a TikTok on that later on. Let's see if there's any pressing news in the world or if there's just something else going on. Let me just see if there's anybody that has anything exciting. All right. I'm just trying to see if there's anything coming out from the courthouse. I really don't see anything. Like no one's making any huge observations. It's okay. I wanted to see if there's any last minute motions or anything going on with Lindsay Clancy. There is in the civil suit. The hospitals are making statements. All right. Nothing really new going on. Nothing newsworthy to report about, which is good. Sometimes no news is good news, right? All right. Where are we at, everybody? Where are we at? Thank you, everybody who has given gifts. Of course, Miss Rivera, Miss Eva, Amy, woohoo! Let's see who else. Jenny, thank you. Miss Kimberly, thank you. Jenny, Amy. So, you guys, court's not back yet, of course, as we know. And it's 207. It's 207. Where are we at? Are we anywhere near 175? Oh, we're at 168, everybody. Woohoo! Let's see. You guys know we're covering other cases too. That's just for August. Once we get done with August, I'll make a new calendar for September to kind of see what we're going to fit into September. And it could be a lot or it could be a little. It depends. It depends on whether these cases, go to trial or not. I'm trying to say, I made a little calendar thing. Oh, here it is. So I'm following the Alec Murdaugh case, and I hope that you guys will as well. As you guys know, Alec Murdaugh is being accused of unaliving his wife and his son at their property. He's getting a new trial because Courthouse Becky, she had her hands on the scales of justice, and she tipped it in her favor. She was also writing a book, and she also wanted to have a Netflix series because she needed a lake house. And that trampled all over Alec Murdaugh's rights, and therefore he gets a new trial. So when I talk to you guys about the rights and the jurors and everybody doing the right thing, it's best that you do the right thing. And we also found out in this last hearing, because you get all the tea in the hearing, there was lots of tea in his hearing, that one of the things that they discovered was Courthouse Becky somehow or another got a hold of the jury summonses being sent out, and one was sent to her daughter. Her daughter arrived in court to be one of the people who are going to be considered for being a juror. Anybody see a problem with that? Anybody? That wasn't good. So that's what's going on in Alec Murdaugh. There's a whole bunch of stuff. You want to talk about fighting? Those lawyers fight with each other. It was a great, great watch. I'll do a recap and I'll post it so you guys can watch it if you want to. Again, it's a pretrial hearing, which means there's no jury. They're arguing in front of the judge. It is fire back and forth, making allegations back and forth. It was great. It was fire. The also thing I need to tell you guys is that not only are the prosecuting attorneys there, the U.S. District Attorney is in Alec Murdaugh's trial as well. And if you know, it's very political over there. They cannot wait to, get all their evidence and get him in jail. So that's why we're watching all the pretrial hearings and stuff, because it's amazing. Fraser Bowen, we talked about that. He has some pretrial hearings coming up today, actually. So if we have that later on, I'll make a TikTok of that and bring that to you, just to discuss what they're going to talk about. Now, his hearing, again, his trial is going to be a little bit different because he used a motor vehicle to allegedly commit a crime. So that's different than somebody intentionally doing something. So was his an accident, or was it a vehicular manslaughter, right? Corey Richin still has a couple of things going on. Remember, her lawyers want to have a new trial. Wink, wink, wink. The judge was mad at them. So the prosecution has until the 26th to file their motion in return. And we're going to see about that. Thank you so much. Oh, V's back here. Oh, you guys, look. Miss V. V, you need to send me a message so I can pin you so that I can let other people know to go watch your TikToks. Because one person said, oh, Mac looked like Uncle Fester. And I said, oh, that you had made some TikToks on it. So send me a message. There you go. Here's V. I call her V. Here she is. I'm going to pin her because her thing is so hard. Go follow V. She makes a lot of AI TikToks that are hilarious. Some of them are just amazing and incredible. And she's working hard on the 2 suggestions I gave her. And I can't wait to see those. And I do repost them on my page too. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them I do. We already talked about the Miles King hearing that's going to come up this Friday. So we'll see if we can cover that at the same time. And then Raul Valet, he's the Connecticut person. He's already been tried once. He is getting tried again. And the 28th is what we're going to see as to when he's supposed to go to trial. They keep pushing it back. He's supposed to go to trial. We'll find out whether or not he is going to go. And then we have the American Idol person and a whole bunch more. So I've got to redo my September calendar. I hope to do that within the next day or so, what have you. While we are on jury watch, we're going to do a couple of different things. One, we're going to look at the civil cases. We'll have a poll. We'll talk about all of the things, all of what the prosecution said and what the defense said. We'll talk about what the judge's jury instructions are, and I can't wait to get those in my hot little hands. And then we'll have many discussions. Of course, once the jury comes back and we get a verdict, we'll have many discussions. And then you guys, we will open it up. Instead of you guys chatting with me here, we'll open it up and you guys can chat back to me, especially while we're doing verdict watch, because I think that would be really great. Thanks, Miss Mary. That would be awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Did you guys see that? She put a bow on my head. Oh my gosh. That is so cute. That is so cute. Thank you. We will have plenty of talks. And you guys, your voices will be heard. Now, just remember, there are people on many sides of the fence. And we welcome everybody as long as everybody is nice and respectful to one another. If you're going to be big meanies, I will have my mods here and they will yeet you as well as I. Also, there will be discussions about how long you can chat. All right, guys, we are back.
All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Bring the jury. Dun, 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 dun. All right, thank you everybody who has given me a gift. I appreciate it so much. You are contributing to the notebook replenishing, as well as I'd like to get some new headphones. Why? Because these are over my ears, and then I can't hear anything else, which is kind of good. But then I want to get a nice one that hooks up to my microphone, so I can kind of hear what's going on.
Jurors entering.
And if you have some suggestions, let me know. Yes, notebook replenishment. All right, guys, what, if anything, do we think this doctor is going to eventually say as to what his diagnosis? We can all guess. He's going to say that she was criminally responsible. We're going to say that he knows that she knew right from wrong, and therefore we should find her guilty.
Session. Please be seated.
Which is
Your Honor,
exactly
for the
what
purpose of the
Max
record,
said.
we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury.
So are we going to be shocked and surprised when he comes out with his diagnosis or his reasoning? No, but I'll pretend like I'm shocked and surprised. Here we go, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
We're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on one-to-one suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The adverse childhood experience questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the one-to-one supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating. So she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Mahoney-Slade hallucination scale, and so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military or the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that, that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that. So,
doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is,
Can we have a basis for that, please?
The
It's
test,
asked as a hypothetical.
hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
you might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Why don't you just ask it as the hypothetical? You know, assuming this and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overall, go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations, one where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures uh, something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say, unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. and she was informed of it. But if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination and what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You guys saw me. Did you see? I was like, no, don't be getting into that. Don't. He is like, oh, you guys, he's given his opinion. Did you guys see him when he gave his opinion about religion? He's like, you know, I'm paraphrasing. She thought that her and her kids were going to go to heaven. And he's like, gave his opinion that he didn't think that's what happens, right? And he gave his opinion. You can't do that. You're not a religious theology person. You're supposed to be the psychologist, psychiatrist, or whatever you are. Oh, I knew that. I knew that was not going to go well. Nope, we cannot get into when it comes to religion. Oh, you guys, wow. Okay, sorry, I got really excited there. So he makes some good points, right? Do you guys think that she was planning this all along with her thoughts and her ideas and how she was wanting to perhaps harm herself? Was she thinking about harming the children as well? I don't know what he was talking about, that she didn't want to give her kids to the preschool or wherever. I didn't see any evidence of that. I do have the evidence that she was worried about having her kids, the nanny, right? She was worried about whether the nanny was going to be able to take care of the kid or not. I understand that. But where is he getting, they didn't want to go on a date night or whatever? Where did that come from? Like, that's facts, not an evidence. I'd be objecting. Where's that coming from? And then what about the preschool? She takes the kids go to preschool 2 or 3 times a week. What is that all about? I don't understand that. So maybe he saw something or read something that we don't have, that maybe the jury's going to have. So I don't know. But he did make a good point as to whether or not you guys think that she was planning this. And as we know, that it's very possible. It's very possible that she could have been considering this all along. Right. So you guys see this roller coaster that he's on, and it's like he's going with the defense, right? And you're like, really? And then all of a sudden it takes a sharp curve, and then he's totally going against the defense. He's going to the prosecution, right? So it sounds like, I believe this, but then this, and then I believe this, and then this, right? So it's crazy. Opinions are not facts. This is a joke at this point. I still worry about your kids with other people. I worry about my kids just going outside. I tell my daughter, it's not you that I worry about, it's other people. I worry about other people that encounter you, meaning like, people do bad things. He wouldn't have heard the prosecution say that either, so that's his opinion. It is, but you guys want to know what? He's on the stand to give his opinion. He's an expert opinion giver. So he's making a lot of assumption. He doesn't really know. He's convincing, though. He said she knew she was a mandated reporter. She had these thoughts for months. Why isn't the prosecution wearing a bow today? She is. That's the other one. You're missing it. The other one's wearing it. You're getting them confused. You always thought she had S and H thoughts and acted on them. Possible does not mean probable. But jurors will take his opinion into account or be instructed not to. So, Mari, this is exactly what the jury needs to consider. They are going to take every witness by witness and decide whether they're credible or not. And that's what they get to decide. Now, Reddington, you guys, is going to come up and he's going to try to poke holes in all of this. So just hold on. But that's what experts do. It's called the battle of the experts. Resnick was on there saying it was altruistic, right? And he's saying, no, it's not. No, it's not. But we were just getting to that. We were just getting to that. So, All right, we're getting back.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all rise.
Oh, guess what? Goody goody gumdrops. Guess what, you guys? Guess what? They're going to argue this in front of the judge. Apparently, Reddington is teed off. You guys. Okay, so I'm going to say this, and I hope not, but you guys, there have been numerous times where the word mistrial has come up. And when I say mistrial, that means that the prosecution has said some things that you're like, what? And we said that Reddington wasn't going to ask for a mistrial. I hope not. I think they're just going to.
And I'll come out as soon as I can.
Oh, the judge needs to take it up on advisement. Oh, I wonder what they're arguing. Oh, hang on. I wonder what I don't know. The judge obviously needs to go do some research. Oh my goodness. All right, hang on. Hang on. All right. So religion affects the psychologist who's on the stand to providing a cultural framework to understand the accused person's behavior while requiring the expert to remain strictly objective and scientific. So, hang on, I got it more specific here. Oh, hang on. All right, you guys ready for the legal argument? All right. So the legal argument is they're talking about whether or not she was criminally responsible, right? So to use the insanity defense, the defense must prove that the diagnosed mental disease or defect caused a total break from reality. The claim that her children are safe in heaven or saved from hell could prove two sort of legal points. It's the inability to distinguish right from wrong. So when she says go with God, what does that imply? So the defense argues that due to the psychotic break and postpartum psychosis, the mother believed that she was performing a necessary, altruistic, loving act to save her children's soul. In her delusional reality, she believed that she was doing good rather than evil. So then the prosecutors must prove what's called malice aforethought, which is the intent to cause, because this is going to come up, you guys, when the judge gives the instructions to the jurors. This is the legalese terms that they're going to use. So just remember, malice aforethought. It's the intent to cause harm out of anger, selfishness, or cruelty. The defense introduces the heaven delusion to prove that the mother lacked criminal intent and acted strictly under the command of a perceived higher power of delusions. So there's a couple of things. There's the McNaughton rule. There's the Andrea Yates case as well. So what the judge needs to decide is this an altruistic thing, or can it be used as intent? So he's got to go do some research. He's got to go look at case law. And we're going to get to your questions. Did someone hire this man to recap the entire case? They sure did. The prosecution did. Would psycho... Oh, I already wrote that. Okay. Oh my goodness, I went all the way up to go down. All right, hang on. I lost my place. Rare, but it doesn't mean it can happen. I don't think this man knows whether she is lying or not. Well, you never know. I always tell you guys, there's more things to the truth. There's what one person said, another person said, and everything in between. You bet Bo and Co. are PO'd because how these two witnesses are going. Well, for right now, I think that it's going well for the prosecution. The defense is not happy right now. All right, let's go up to go down to see what you guys are talking about. Prosecutorial misconduct is the third time that she tried to use religion. Well, he kind of said it. So can somebody tell me what happened? My feed locked up. I just told you that they're having a dispute of whether or not religion can come into this debate. I was thinking he was trying to show an inconsistency in her train of thought. So the prosecution isn't able to question the go to God comment. Well, it's what his intent he's going to use that for. He's using it to say that she was criminally responsible because she knew that this was the intent. Her intent was to send her children to heaven where she could meet them. It is a very, very, very highly contested debate in the legal terms. Can religion be used in this context? And unfortunately, we didn't get to hear the cases that they were citing, so we didn't get to hear the argument. I thought we were going to listen to the argument. Are we going to be able to listen to them deliberate with the judge? No. No, Emily, we don't. When they're over in sidebar, that's not happened. I thought they were going to argue in front of us, but he's like, no, I'm going to go do some research. It is a religious statement. Right, the mortal sin thing. That too, right? Because so if she's a Catholic and it's a mortal sin, does she know right from wrong? That's what I think the end argument is going to be, right? Safe in heaven when her belief is that she would go to HE double hockey sticks separate from them. Could be. No sound. Yes, Amy, we don't have any sound because they're out. I hope that you got that. Lori Daybell vibes, right? Sound went out. Yes, Amy, we're paused because the judge is in his chambers right now. I hope you got that. Yep, it brings in religion. Hung jury could be. If she never said that, then they wouldn't have a religious argument. That's a great point. What happened? You kissed it. Well, millennial messy mama, the psychiatrist, I don't know what he is. He's on the stand right now, and he brought up that he thinks that she knows right from wrong when she did the deed because she said, go with God. I just answered that question. I hope you got it. I doubt he lets it in. Well, we will see, because that's a great argument. Hang on just a second. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, you guys, my gifts are open. Help me reach my goal. So any funds will go towards my replenishing of my notebooks because, I'm going to go through this notebook in no time. Oh, your sound went out for 20 seconds and then you came back. Okay, sorry. Is this a BRB type thing? Sure is. Don't know how long it's going to take him. Apparently, he probably feels that it's not going to take him that long. Doesn't the chaplet being brought up open up religious questions? What did you miss? You didn't listen today. I think that he was trying to show inconsistencies in her thought pattern. He's trying to say that she was criminally responsible, that she knew what she was doing was wrong when she made the statement, is what my 2 cents is. What happened before they just went on break? We already talked about that. Why is he rambling? So the witness messed up? Not necessarily. He's going off of his opinion, what was told to him. Why is he allowed to ramble? Because the prosecution's just letting him go on and the defense isn't objecting. So it's just a lecture that Dr. Helburn is giving us. 3 sides to every story. I think that they're trying to show inconsistencies in the thoughts she was claiming to have. Yeah, I think that as well. Great point. Ding dong, you guys guess what? I completed my goals. Yay, everybody. You so much. I got the ding dong in my ear. I don't know if you guys heard it. I try not, when you guys give the gifts and stuff, I try not to have the sound up because that would be very distracting for me and you guys as well, especially if you're listening to this. So I don't have it on. But when we reached the goal, it went ding dong. If you're capable of saying that as you're unalive someone, then it's going to definitely look like, I think you're meant to say intent. I think that's what you're going to say. She very well could have thought she was saying them and helping them. Could be. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you guys are so amazing. He brought it up because she's Catholic and believes M is a mortal sin. Well, yes, could be. Oh, we heard it, and your dog did too. Oh no, would your dog bark? Oh no. Wait, the male voice, could that be God telling her? Well, he just said that unfortunately for her, when someone's telling you things in that voice for 18 minutes and then you don't hear it again, and then when you wake up from your coma, there it is again. Ding dong. And you have that memory, you wouldn't be, he said that you wouldn't be consistent with knowing exactly what was said. So I thought that was interesting as well. You wouldn't be able to recall the exact sentence. Yeah, you think the go to God and her bringing up the chaplain and the priest opened up the argument for religion. I don't know. You don't care where she's going as long as she goes somewhere for life. Okay. Is S a mortal sin? Is that religion? Yes, they're saying if you take your own life, then yes, that is a sin as well. Blessings and sins don't belong in court, right? Please tell me he didn't flop his testimony because of that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think what he's going to do is make a decision about whatever they were arguing at sidebar, and then if by chance they can't get into this, then he's going to strike it from the record like he did the last time, and then we'll see where it goes from there. At some point in time, if by chance Reddington wins the argument about religion, I have a sneaking suspicion at some point in time he's going to say, when is enough enough, right? When is enough enough? And what could possibly happen from there? I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if there's anything being reported out from the courtroom. There isn't. This is wild. Yeah, the last thing he wants is a mistrial. But here's the thing, you guys. If this continues to go on and on and on about this religious thing, when is enough enough? And what are the prosecutors trying to do here? Are they trying to taint the jury? What do I think of this doctor's thinking right now? He's probably like, oh, he probably didn't think he did anything wrong. Could the prosecution jump in and stop him from saying this or that? Yeah, she could have. She could have gone in and said, I'm going to redirect you. We can't talk about that. Or, and then Reddington could have objected and said, can we strike that? And that could have been something that they could have done. Right. But the they've already heard this more than once. This isn't the first time. And it was already stricken once. Our community just teared up. Yay! Thank you, everybody. So if you guys are new to TikTok, every time you do the likes and you guys give the gifts and stuff, we rank up, we move up the rankings and stuff. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. So she didn't hear voices. That was because she was no longer near Pat. The judge looked like he looked at red when the doctor mentioned religion, and then there was an objection. Exactly. Do you think there's enough for a mistrial? Yes. Yes, I do. There's been several things. Will one happen? I don't know, you guys. Can you? Oh, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because if it comes true, then we'll be back here in a year, maybe. They were warned not to do this, and here it goes again. Well, the the guy brought it up. So, but if she knew he was going there, which she might have known based upon his report or whatever, then, but he did say something prior, and then he made a statement. So, defense has to make sure she gets a fair trial. Appellate attorney can have this overturned. Not good. Yep, you betcha the appellate attorney is making notes. I thought that this was the best testimony in the case. He was doing pretty good. I think that they want a mistrial so they get another shot. I don't know what the heck they're doing. Is she guilty either way? Yes. Bra. Prosecution wants a mistrial, right? If it does get to be a mistrial, can she be tried again? Yes. So if there's a mistrial, what happens is the prosecution gets to decide, do we want to do this again? Or are we not going to do this again? So just as I told you, at any point in time, even during the trial, even when the jury has the case, they can do a plea bargain, right? They can be like, okay, we're done. We'll just go ahead and put you in I'm just using this as an example. We can go ahead. You can go to the mental hospital because that's what the defense wants, right? So if there is a mistrial and the judge declares a mistrial, then what do? Then the prosecution has the right to try her again, or they can do a plea deal. What's going to happen? Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. It would be totally guessing. Hopefully the judge tell them no more religions conversation and they're done. You missed some stuff. You're traveling. What can I catch you up on, please? Liz. There was a big kerfuffle about religion. The judge is in chambers right now going over the case law to find out what they're going to do next. Could there be a mistrial? Dun, dun, dun. Stay tuned. Did you like my announcer voice? By the way, you guys, the feed just jumped, so I don't know where I was. So we'll see where we are. Some people have psychosis that is based in religious ideas. Yes. I think it's how he said it is the concern. Elisa Ann. Absolutely. He was very, when he first said, so the other thing too was that he was giving his opinion about religion. And you could see that he did not agree that some people will go to heaven. And that is a different conversation for a different time and a different place. Not as an expert on the stand, deciding whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible. So you guys want to talk about being biased. This man is biased against her religion. Could it be that they're going to completely strike everything this man has to say? That could take place too. But I think that would be way out of left field. But you never know. You believe she knew what she was doing when doing was wrong, but didn't think she'd be around to face repercussions. Yeah, Tesla, that's a great thing. Did she think that she was going to be around to face the consequences of her actions? Why is he in the only one that got a complete verbal confession, but no ooey gooey? That's a lot of words, and I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Rephrase it and ask me again. Going to God by itself doesn't mean that she knew it was wrong in a psychotic state. Well, he's saying in religion, she wasn't psychotic. That's what he's trying to argue. That's in my opinion. That's what I thought because he indicated there was no psychosis and it was premeditated. Yay, we're at 2001. You guys know we need to get up to 2,050 likes today. That is our goal. So guys, I don't think we're going to make it to the third witness today. Oh, you guys, that means tomorrow we'll probably have the third witness on the stand. And maybe we'll have closing arguments tomorrow. Don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. How is the only one that got a complete verbal confession? Oh, is that what you're saying? He didn't get a complete verbal confession from her. He's piecing together a whole bunch of stuff and he's sort of telling it to us like a book. These are pieces that other people have told him. These are things that she told him in an interview. And these are things that we already know. So it's not as if we're not hearing this for the first time. We've heard this over and over and over again through other witnesses. If you're capable of saying that if you're capable of saying that as you're unaliving someone, then it's definitely going to look like, I think you mean to say intent. She very well could have thought she was saying them, helping them. Could be. You heard the ding dong. Yes, ding dong. Okay, I caught up there and I went back. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Liz says, keep it cute. Or, so I'm not lost soul. I'm not taking any multiple guests right now. And speaking of guests, you guys, Miss Mary Shoppins, as soon as I see her say hello, I'll pin her comment. Miss Mary Shoppins is going to turn on her multi-guest discussion things. Can Lindsay speak? Yes, you can speak. Mary Shoppins has a panel discussion she's going to do today. They're back? Oh no, my feed jumped. Hang on, no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. My feed totally jumped. Hold on. Oh, hang on, you guys. Hold on, everybody. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, you guys. Is he arguing for a mistrial? If it is, I called it. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Okay, hang on, everybody. I just need to make sure that everybody else can hear this. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, you guys can hear it. Give me just a second. I'm over on YouTube as well. I want to make sure you guys can see this. No spoilers, please. No spoilers. I know we're a little bit behind. Just remember, I'm doing this live. It's just me. Ding dong. Ding dong. Are we going to get a mistrial? Hold on. I'm going to fix it. Hold on, everybody. All right, everybody. Here we go. Hold on.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the
Don't
trial of
spoil it.
Commonwealth versus
Don't
Lindsay
spoil it.
Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the
Oh, is he
jury.
going to argue for a
All right.
mistrial? You guys, my
After
mind
the
is
following
freaking
sidebar
blown.
conference,
Freaking blown.
I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamal?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say. In regards to it said, go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point?
Yes,
But
I just said that.
It
Yes.
is not. I'm not going to declare a mistrial this time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training, or having been to the seminary or any of that.
He's not a theological person.
He rejected that, and so I am giving that. But the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching.
You guys,
that's not the
gosh.
last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions.
Oh, you think?
And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth
Hang on, we'll tell you in just a second.
plenty of time to talk to this witness.
We'll answer
to
all
let
of your
him know
questions.
the areas
1
that
second.
he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'd be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure.
Yep,
absolutely.
no jury, object.
All right, so we ready for the jury?
All right, I'm pausing for just a second. If you're just joining me, what has happened was the Commonwealth's expert witness, who is a psychiatrist, psychologist, I don't remember, I have to look it up, is on the stand, and he's talking about whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for her actions. He made some comments about religion. He talked about her being a Catholic and about that it's a mortal sin. And then he also disparaged the Catholic religion. And then he also talked about her talking about the phrase that she made, go with God. So he's made about 4 or 5 mentions about religion, and that's a big no-no. So he's going from I'm an expert person determining what her mental state was at the time that she committed these murders to I'm a theologian person, I'm mispronouncing it, and I'm giving you now a lecture about religion, which is not supposed to happen. This is not the first time that this has happened with the prosecutors. This is the second time. So Reddington said, yo, this is it, Your Honor. We need to ask for a mistrial. He didn't want to, but he did. That you can see the judge is very, very, very upset. By the way, you guys, you know the judge's last name is Sullivan. Could the judge potentially be Catholic as well? Just saying, it's Boston. Could be, could be, could be. So I am surprised that he hasn't sanctioned the prosecution, even though she didn't directly ask him, but she could have stopped the conversation. She didn't. She was just going to let him go on. So Reddington asked for a mistrial. The judge denied it at this point. He's going to give another instruction to the jury because he thinks that the jury can go ahead and put it out of their minds. You guys asked what would be a mistrial? Here you go. All right, we're going to continue, and then they're going to stop for the day, and we might just open this wide open. So everybody, hold on just a second. Hold on. I know they're not back yet. Hold on just a second. So the judge denied the mistrial, and so as you heard, Reddington got up and objected again. He's making a record. This is just bananas, you guys, just bananas. Reddington didn't want to ask for a mistrial because he doesn't want to do this over again. But if his client's rights are being trampled on right before his face, he has a duty to ask for a mistrial. Right, Reddington said you can't say that. She could have preempted him when he made the first statement, but she didn't. She let him go on and make the second statement. So this is wild. Your something teacher told me as a child that you missed Sunday school, and yes, exactly. Yeah, the prosecutors, yeah, we'll see what the reputation is going to be moving forward. Yep, you guys know about this separation versus state and religion, right? Oh, you want to know what the statement was? Well, he made a couple of different statements, and I'm going to paraphrase. He said, so since she's a Catholic, right? That was the first one. That was the first step. And since she's a Catholic, you know that it's a mortal sin. Because he's talking about whether she knows it's right or wrong. And then when she made the statement, go with God. So he was going down a theological path. Okay, here we go.
Be in recess until tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right. Subject to change, as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Oh, they must have said something to the jury. I thought they were going to bring back the jury and he was going to tell them, don't consider it, but apparently we didn't get that. Oh my goodness, you guys. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. All right, where are we? Did we make it? We made it to 218 likes. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody. We have a choice to make. We have a choice moving forward. Oh, ding dong. All right, you guys. We have two choices to make. One, I could just answer your questions, or two, do you guys want me to open this up and you guys can talk away? But if you do, we have rules. So one, if you just want me to answer questions, two, if you want to chat, and then we can open it up and have a panel discussion. One, I'll answer questions. Two, you want me to open it up. So we'll give it to everybody who's going to see who's. Reddington asked for a mistrial. Laura says the whole thing needs to be thrown out. All right. 2 and 1. Appellate attorneys will have this easy. That's definitely true. But then you guys, so if it goes up on appeal, what's that going to do? She's going to get a new trial. So we're going to be back here again. What did you say? You missed, oh, poop, the chat went, you missed it and you thought that they were talking about the DA saying it was Patrick's mom. Yep, they did it then too. You think the judge handled this very well. Can Lindsay talk nowadays? Yes, Lindsay can speak. What constitutes a mistrial? Many things. This in particular, if you're bringing up religion, when you're not even a person who is a religion, when you don't have the expertise. Tomorrow is going to be crazy. It's all over for today. You will not watch a retrial. What is a mistrial with prejudice? That means they can't try her again. That was intense. I missed the end. What happened? The judge said he'd send everybody home and admonished the prosecution and said, control your witness. And therefore, we're going to tomorrow, this expert's going to be back on the witness stand, and closing arguments are going to be Wednesday. Mari, I never know what's going to happen. Oh, the judge said no mistrial. He's going to give the jury an instruction not to hear that part of the testimony. He's going to strike it from the record and hope that the jurors can listen to what he has to say. Nope, you can request a mistrial through all the time. Karen Reed's case, they did it like 3 or 4 times. You can request a mistrial all the way through, but you have to have a reason. You can't just stand up and say, I want a mistrial. All right, you guys, we're going to open this up. Now, here's the problem. Here, we have a couple of rules when we open this up for the panel. Number 1, nobody talking over each other. Number 2, all right, I'm opening it up. Well, I tried to. All right, here we go. Okay, everybody, no talking over everybody. You guys are on. So Heart of Cece and Victoria said they want to talk. You're up. It's okay. Okay. If you're not, so the other thing is if you're not talking, please mute yourself, okay? the witness on the stand said a couple of things regarding to religion. He said, she's a Catholic, right? So you know that it's a mortal sin. So he was going down the sin route. And then he kept saying, well, she said that she told her kids that they were going with God. So he was talking about how he was getting to how she knew right from wrong because she's a Catholic. And those are buzzwords and things that you just can't get into. So, yep. And they've already been admonished once for saying it. They already gave an instruction to the jury once. So now he's giving it again. All right, who's up next? Who wants to? Yes, go ahead. Yep. Okay, so yeah, so no, sometimes some places have changed the language. They took the God part out. It's do you swear to tell the whole truth, no, and nothing but the truth. So sometimes they took the so help me God out. I know they did that in Utah. They don't say so help me God. Um, so how does that play in? It just depends on what the statute of law is in each state as to whether or not they continue that. I hope I answered that question. It is, but it's the law. What does to So when we get back into what the judge is going to say to the jury, it's all about these statements that are facts of law. So whatever the law in Massachusetts is when they're swearing in when they swear in the jury, when they swear in these witnesses, I don't know what it is. I'd have to look it up. Yep, absolutely. You're absolutely right. All right, who's next? No, thank you. Yes, Meg. It, yeah, go ahead. Oh, you cut out there. What did you say at the end? Well, so here is the point of contention. When you hear something, how difficult is it for you to say, "Oh, nope, I got to strike that." The judge is going to, so apparently the judge admonished them. Somebody told me that on another feed. They did. The judge came out and said, "Strike that." As I told you, you guys, jurors, think about yourself if you're on a jury. You're going to take what the judge says very seriously. So, my hope is that they do take that very seriously and they're going to strike it from their thoughts and they're not going to think about it or bring it up, especially since this is the second time. But as I've, go ahead. Yep. 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 I would I would I would bet a lot on that. If this comes up again for the third time, whether it's this witness or somebody else, I would venture to guess they are going to be in trouble. So, yes, good question. Yeah. All right, KK, you haven't said anything. You're up next. Hi. Yes. Yes, they would. Yep. So it depends on how he dismisses it. He can dismiss it without prejudice or with prejudice. With prejudice, I believe, and I'll have to double check this. If it's with prejudice, then they cannot try her again. If it's without prejudice, they can try her again. Now, I might have mixed that up, but my guess is that yes, they would try it again. All right, Liz is on, and Amanda, I just said you. Uh-oh, Amanda went away. Hi, girl, what's up? Oh, thank you. All right, does anybody else want to come on? We don't have anybody else so far. If you'd like to come on and ask some questions, it's much easier than me going through the chat. So come on. I opened it up, everybody. All right, Amanda's coming back. Meg's coming back. No, we don't bite. Hello, Miss Amanda. Tell me, was I right or wrong? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Amanda. Do you have anything to add? What's your thoughts and opinions? Yeah. Right. But it's hard. It's hard. Exactly. I know. I love that analogy. Yeah, that's great. All right. Does anybody else have something they want to say? You guys are being really good. Meg, you're up. Uh, Well, so what comes next, right? If these prosecutors continue with their so just as Amanda said, the prosecutors didn't actually do this. The witness did this. They didn't elicit this from the witness. They didn't ask the witness. So it's an error on the witness part. Could they, in my opinion, could they have controlled the witness? Sure, but what can you and can you not control? If by chance the prosecution does this again, we already said that Reddington's going to be up on his feet. He's going to ask for a mistrial right away. There's something else that's very severe, and you guys have to think about this too. You guys didn't think about this, but there is the thing called sanctions. That means the judge can put sanctions on these prosecutors. That's a money fine. Thirdly, and really, really what's important, and I've heard smatterings about this, is that you can go and file a complaint against them at the American Bar Association. That's their license, right? If they're continuing with these shenanigans or what have you, you can go and report them, the lawyers in this case, and the judge for that matter. And that's their license, right? That's their license to practice law. There are people who have dings on their license and they get suspended or they get a fine and they come back. So, to be honest with you, I don't think that they're doing it intentionally. I don't think that they want a mistrial, but stranger things have happened. You just never know. All right, Mama needs a nap, or you got a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. 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 Yep. Okay. Wow. Okay. The answer is possibly. Because just remember that New England and Boston, right, is where your forefathers came to this country, right? And where did they come from? They came from England, which is predominantly Catholic, right? So you got a good Catholic population there. What's the jury made up of? I have no idea what their religious background or beliefs are. So we can't consider that. They shouldn't consider it either. They're supposed to be nope, no religion involved. To answer your other question in reference to whether or not, so I think the judge did the right thing here because technically the prosecutors didn't mess up. The witness did. So absolutely. Right. So the first time he started going down that path, she should have corrected him immediately. She didn't. Of course, you can't anticipate what a person's going to say. So when he made the second statement, that's when Reddington got up. So the judge did the right thing in this case legally. If the prosecution would have elicited that, then I think we would be in a different spot right now. I hope I answered your question. Yeah. Legally, yes. Right. I can tell you the man is not Catholic. And the reason why, I can tell you there's a couple of things, but when he was talking about, I'm trying to think exactly what he said. When he was talking about religion, the going to heaven thing, the look on his face where you could instantly tell that he was not Catholic from the way he acted and his reaction to that. He was not Catholic. So take it for what you think it is. All right, let's see. Donna, is that right? All right, do you have a question? Okay. No, I don't see Reddington doing that. Reddington said he did not want a mistrial. Who wants to try this case over again? It's already terrible as it is, right? It's bringing up a lot of different emotions with a lot of different people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, he's advocating for his client. He wants his client to go to the mental hospital. If he has a mistrial, he's going to be right back where he is. He could have asked for a mistrial when they first did it the first time, but he didn't. And so I had wondered if he was going to go this time, if he was going to ask. To be honest with you, I think he's going to try to just let things ride. But if there is another egregious attack on something, you bet he'll ask for another one. And yes, you're right. The second half of his trial isn't going the way that he anticipated it going. So this is the way a trial goes. When the person's on cross-examination, whether it's the defense or the prosecution, it goes really well. But when it's their own witnesses, sometimes it falls flat. That's just the way trials go. So it's not, I'm not reading anything either way with either the prosecution or Reddington. I was waiting. I didn't want to cut you off, but that's not what they're arguing. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. So where I think he crossed the line are a couple of things. She did say go with God. So he could make that statement that she said that, and then he can say his opinion as long as he doesn't get into religion. He can just say she's making a conscious decision to do this and she's saying her kids went to heaven, and he could go that route, but he didn't. He took a step just a little over the line, and that's where the problem lies. And then he continued to go on as if he was talking about he was being an expert in religion, which is not good. All right. The by my do you have something that you would like to add? Hello. Uh by my SHTT. You're on my panel. Would you like to add something? Hi. No worries. You're fine. All right, Meg, did you? Yep. No worries. Don't say so. Listen, don't say sorry. You're on my panel. Ask away. No, you're fine. No, you did. I gotcha. Yeah. So what? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Okay, so let me go back to Meg. Meg, it's possible. So I did not see a lot of filings that happened before this trial happened. I didn't see any of the motions. I didn't see the hearings, etc. So I'm coming into this just like you guys as a juror. It's possible, and I would have to go and look this up. And Manda, you might know. So you can stipulate to some facts. So that's why we know that she stipulated to unaliving her children, and that's what's in the record. She possibly could have stipulated to the facts that she said these things. So that may be why it's coming in, because she stipulated that she said these things. So if the cat's out of the bag, they keep asking things, what have you. So somehow or another, it's a stipulated fact that they continue to ask questions to these witnesses. Plus, you have to remember that Dr. Halloran, Halburn, and Dr. Mack went and interviewed her. She said these statements to them. So now they're just reporting out she made these statements to me. So therefore, I can base my analysis and my opinion upon these statements that she made to me. And then for Mama, to answer your question, yes, they went ahead and they put the interview into evidence. We don't get to see it. It's probably something that's stipulated to that doesn't need to be played in open court, although we're all nosy and we'd like to see it. All right, Miss By My da 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 da. Would you like to add anything? No worries. What would you like to ask or add? The last person who was on the stand, they're both doctors. Dr. Mack was the first one, and Dr. Halbrand is the second one. Okay, so Dr. Halbrand was the last one. What is he going to testify to? They haven't gotten to it yet. They were just getting into it. Basically, he was talking about all of the research and all of the stuff that he's done behind the scenes, right? He's looked at the police reports. He's looked at her doctor's notes. He's looked at what the doctors have said about her medication. So he went on the rehash, and then he was just getting ready to go into whether or not she was criminally responsible, right? She's claiming that she's not responsible due to mental defect. So he's going to say that, nope, she was in her right mind. Here are the reasons why she was in her right mind. And that he was very deep about what he said he thought she was going to get into and what her thought process was. Like when she was hearing that voice for 18 minutes, when she woke up, how was she able to recount exactly what she was supposed to say or what she had heard versus normally people don't do that. They give some versions of what that person said, their hallucination. So he's saying that her hallucination wasn't an external hallucination. He's saying that it's an intrusive hallucination or thought, an intrusive thought that she's been thinking this for a long time, right? And that goes into intent, that she planned it and that she was not mentally incapacitated when she did this. And that is what he was going to testify to until he put his foot in his mouth. I hope I answered your question. I know. Well, guess what? He's coming back tomorrow to hopefully wrap it up in a nice little bow for all of us to understand what exactly his opinion is and what he's getting paid for on the stand, right? So hopefully we get that. The court is adjourned for the day, yes. They'll be back tomorrow with their 2 other witnesses. The jury has been dismissed. They went home for the day. They watched the testimony up until they declared a mistrial. Yes. All right. Well, if you're just tuning in here, hello, I'm MissyK. I bring you law cases. It's okay. It's okay. I'm doing my recap for you're not the only one. So hold on just a second. All right. Hello. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, if you're just joining, hello, my name is MissyK. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. We are on day 19. It has finished for the day. Gert, hang on just a second. I'm going to be right back to you. I keep saying, sorry, distracted squirrels. What happened in the Lindsay Clancy case today? A lot of you are tuning in and you do not know what happened in the end. In the end, Reddington couldn't take it any further and he called for a mistrial. Why? I'm going to paraphrase. The last witness on the stand got into some religious aspects that he wasn't supposed to. So, as you heard before, when the prosecutor asked the mother-in-law, is it a mortal sin? Remember, the jury got a curative instruction to strike it from the record. Well, we got into that territory again with this witness. He elicited it. The prosecution didn't ask him. And so therefore, Reddington got up and said, mistrial. It wasn't like that. They went to sidebar first. They excused the jury. Then they argued in front of the judge. Then the jury came back. The judge told him, guess what? You have to scratch that again. So, and then he sent the jury home. So tomorrow we will be back with Dr. Halburn on the stand as well as Dr. S. All right, Gert, I'm going to unmute you, love. What do you got to say? And, apparently I can't unmute you. Gert, can you unmute yourself? I don't know if I can unmute you. Oh, no, you're Amanda. You're fine. There's nobody else on. Yeah. No, Amanda, what did you want to say? Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. I try not to use too much legal language. All right, Scarlett and Gert, either one of you, would you like to hop on and ask a question or give us your thoughts and opinions? That's a good question. Well, first of all, as I stated, you can't always control what comes out of someone's mouth. Now, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? So she knows better now. And they're obviously going to talk to him and say, you can't go down that road. Unfortunately, you can't unring that bell. How do they have a job? Well, let me just tell you, prosecutors don't get paid a lot of money. I don't know if you know. If you go look up what prosecutors get paid in Massachusetts, I want to say anywhere between, when Adam Lawley testified in Karen Reed, in Rosemary's Barbecue, I think he said he made somewhere around little less than $200,000 a year is what he makes. And you're like, really? So they don't make a lot of money. What happens usually is prosecutors go get this job, they get a whole bunch of trial experience, and then what do? They usually go and switch and become defense attorneys. I don't know. I think we looked up the Bow girl. I think she's been doing this since 2011. So she's been there for quite some time. Do they know better? Should they know better? The answer is absolutely yes. But, they're just doing their job as much as you. Oh, well, that's a great point. That could be too. There are small occasions where some defense attorneys go back to be prosecutors. That happened in the Brendan Banfield case. I don't know if you know that lawyer. Jen is her name, Jennifer. She went back to prosecution because she really liked it. And she did an amazing job with Brendan Banfield. If you haven't seen that, you can go to my YouTube page and go under Brendan Banfield, the playlist under there. He was tried and convicted earlier this year by Judge Penny. If you don't know who Judge Penny is, Judge Penny was the judge in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. So that was really good to see her in action. And Judge Penny has retired, so no more Judge Penny. All right, Haley Marie, do you have something that you would like to add? I sure can. Absolutely. You're so he's estimating he's estimating from the time that the children are no longer with us versus the time that she was going to do what she did. That's his estimation of how long he's saying that she was hearing this voice. So I want to kind of touch on the couple of things that you're saying. So This is exactly what trials are for. This is why these are what's called rebuttal witnesses for the prosecution. They didn't bring them up in the beginning. They are to brought on the end of the trial to rebut the witnesses that the defense has. It's a strategy. So it means that the prosecution or the defense can't come back. There's no more witnesses that the defense can bring on within that as well. So if you're listening to this gentleman's testimony and you're believing what he has to say, you're picking up what he's putting down and you're you're like, yes, 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 yes. That's great. Now when Reddington's going to get up, he's going to say things and do things that might question your thought process on that. But in the end, I want to remind you of two specific, very important things. Number one, we need to see what the instructions are from the judge. We need to see what the letter of the law is going to be. There's still some other small things they still have to figure out that we don't know just yet. Once we get that, that will also determine of how we're thinking about things. And then, most importantly, the prosecution has the burden in this case to give it to you with you are supposed to have no doubts, right? Reasonable doubt. If you have doubts, now there's a percentage that I go off of. You don't have to be 100% convinced. You can be anywhere between like 85, 90, 95% convinced that the prosecution has made their case. If you are in doubt, if you still have lots and lots of questions and you are not 85% sure, you as a juror should vote not guilty. And that's my opinion. I know I'm not the only one that says that, but that's my opinion. And we'll go over that once we get there, once we hear all the judge's instructions. And then, and if you're confused and you're on the roller coaster, so am I. Every minute I'm like, yay, no. So I'm just waiting for the end. Go ahead. Go ahead, ask a question. Yes. Yeah. So, well, there's a couple of things. It wasn't necessarily in his conclusion. He made further statements which infringes upon the religious arguments. So, you have to be really careful about the rules of evidence, right? You have to be careful that you can't really question people about their religious beliefs. You can't use religion to bolster attack on somebody's credibility. The issue about the mortal sin was attacking the mom's credibility, right? You can't use religion to do that. I'm trying to see if I can tell you exactly what the law is. Amanda, do you know? Yeah. Yeah, so you said two things. You're going off of the law versus morality. Uh-oh, someone I can hear you talking in the background. You're going off the law and the morality. Unfortunately, they have to go with the letter of the law is. It's not necessarily about morals. And somebody mentioned in the chat that you can not be religious and have morals too. So it's not so this is where you get into you're stepping over the line because you're bringing in religious to your discussion, your theory. You just can't do that. Why? It is against the law. Remember when we talk about a little bit of the separations of state versus religion? You have the First Amendment right to have the freedom of religion, right? It's your protected right as being a citizen. If at any point in time you are being questioned about your religion, you have a right not to talk about it. And that is, I'm trying to make it simple, but it's called the rules of evidence. And in Massachusetts, it's unfair, it's prejudiced, it's confusing, and it could mislead the jury. So that is why it goes out the window. It's unfair, it inflames. It's also emotions. You can't try a case with emotions even though they're already doing that. So go ahead. Sorry. It is. I agree. I agree. Tessa, did you have something to say? And it, and again, welcome to the roller coaster. Go ahead. Reddington stated in a press conference after the trial that somebody asked him for was he going to call for a mistrial? And he said, no, why would I? Because he wants this to go forward. You also have to think that, does Reddington think that he's doing well and he's going to win his case? That could also be true as well. He said he doesn't want to do it over again. Again, it's a lot. It's a lot for a lawyer, especially in his capacity at his 75 years of age, to have this magnitude of a trial, because you're dealing with medical stuff, you're dealing with experts. It's a lot. And remember, he said he's a one-man show, right? So he doesn't want to do it over again, even though he would be overly prepared for trial number 2. Why did he do it? Because he felt that there is an injustice to his client. This is the second time that they're alluding to this. And I do have to say that this person was going beyond his expertise. He was getting into, he's disparaging the Catholic religion, right? I'm sorry, that's what he was doing. He was disparaging her and her beliefs and stuff. So he was going on a path that went beyond his expertise. He was moving into a no-no zone. So that is why Reddington needed to call for a mistrial. He did. He objected, and that's when they went to sidebar. Well, you never know. So it's just like the prosecutor. He didn't know where this person was going to say. He didn't know that this was going there. There was a series of questions. By the third question, you knew where he was going. The first one, you're like, the second one, you're like, oh, okay. And the third one was horse out of the gate. So that's when he objected. Yep. Okay, so that's a different question. Just to let you guys know, blanketly, whenever there is a criminal who is convicted of a crime, they automatically go up on appeal. Automatically. So Lindsay Clancy, if she goes to the mental institution or she is found guilty, she can appeal either way. If she goes to the institution, I don't see them really appealing too much, because that wasn't the option. She's not going to be set free, right? So that's what they're wanting. If it continues to go down this route, what they're doing is the mistrial is that the jury's being tainted, that she's not getting a fair trial. That's what the mistrial is about. Can these jurors still be objective when they decide which way she's going to go? Because if they're inflamed enough and they're like, yes, she is a Catholic and this is a sin and she should know this is a sin, and they're going off of that is a mistrial, because you're not allowed to go down that route. That's not what the prosecution is supposed to be portraying to the jury. Does that make sense? Okay. Hang on, you guys. Soraya just came on. It's okay, no worries. Let Soraya ask a question first, and then we can get back to everybody else. Do you have a question? I don't think I said it correctly. It's S. Oh, great, thanks. Well, we don't know what the jury is made up of, right? We don't know what their religious beliefs are, and we shouldn't know what their religious beliefs are. Religion and the law don't mix. It's like oil and vinegar, right? Because everybody can be on a different spectrum as to what they believe, and that religion has no place in believing somebody's moral compass. It should only be based upon the law, right? Sure. What is slowly happening is that this person on the stand. Well, first the prosecution started with the mother-in-law, and they were using that to discredit her. And you can't do that. That's against the law. The law says in Massachusetts you have to have a separation of the laws and religion immediately. So for them to bring it up was quite wrong. Morally. It was morally wrong, right? Now this guy is talking about her criminal responsibility. So he's bringing up the fact that she was Catholic, the fact that unaliving is a mortal sin, and that he's trying to get into she knew right from wrong. That's where he's going, but you can't bring up what her moral compass was when deciding whether she was criminally responsible. What he said could bias the jury against the law, because then now they're not going with the law to decide what's going on. They're going off of their religious beliefs. Does that make sense? Oh, it would definitely help the prosecution, right? She morally knew that it was wrong to do this, and therefore you need to, take her to the stake and burn her, right? Think back to the Salem witch trials, right? So that's why you can't. That's why the law says you can't do that. I hope that helps. You'll still be confused. Wait till Reddington gets on the stand, or wait till Reddington gets the cross. Then you're going to be even more confused. So, and then we'll talk. We'll talk about it. Come back. We'll talk. All right, who's up next? Yeah. 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 And Selena, I hope that they don't, right? If you're a juror on any panel and the judge says, do not consider this, I would hope that you would listen to what the judge said and don't consider it. Because if you do, and you're found out, then guess what? She's going to get a new trial. Anyways, Crystal, you just joined us. What would you like to say? I'm good. How are you? Right. So they're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to take religion out of this. You're only supposed to go off of the evidence that's been presented into trial. And then at the end, the judge is going to tell them what the law is. And you wait for his instructions. And they're supposed to base it off of the law and the evidence that came in, not their religious beliefs. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yes, he wants to make a record. And then when the judge, as you heard, said, no, I'm not going to make a mistrial, then he said he renewed his objection, which is fine. So somebody asked if the judge gets yeeted off the bench, is that a mistrial? Uh, Technically, no. In legal terms, it's not. But the prosecution would then, if the judge does something that would make them be yeeted off the bench, then the prosecution gets to decide whether or not they want to try her again with a different judge. I hope that answered that question. All right, if anybody else wants to come on, we have a couple of spaces on. Yeah, that's a that's a great question. Yeah. So that's a great question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Liz. Oh, yeah. I'm going to take it a step further. Not only a man, if this was reversed, we would not be getting the same attention for a man. But let's also think about this other aspect too. What if it was a different race, right? What if she was African American? Also, you guys need to think about this as well. She has a private attorney. Kevin Ruddington is being paid privately by her family and whatever the GoFundMe are, right? If this was an African American person, if they were being represented by a public defender, they would not have the money or the resources in order to defend their case in this manner. So your question is absolutely right, and I bring that up just to let you guys know, as well as trial coverage, right? Would an African American person get the same trial coverage? Probably not. It's exactly. Yep. And Selena, you'd make a great point. What about Hispanic people? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Did anybody else want to come on and talk and chat and give your thoughts and opinions? This is your opportunity. It's your opportunity to chat with me. Let's see. Absolutely. I yep. They do. So if you didn't know, jurors will get psychological or therapeutic help after this. I didn't know if you guys knew that. I don't know how much weight it is, meaning like you go one time or whatever. I don't know what the equivalent is, but they do offer psychiatric assistance or whatever therapy afterwards. All right, so we got some new people. Dawn is up. Dawn, what would you like to add? Yeah. So possibly what could happen is if they don't think they can get a fair trial in Plymouth where they're at, then they would take this to another town. But Massachusetts in itself is in crisis. If you know, you know. So it would just depend. It would just depend on what they think. But when you come into jury duty, you're supposed to be honest with your answers, etc. You're supposed to be, you know, you're supposed to be unbiased. You're supposed to take it very seriously. So we try to have faith in humanity that they would. But going back on what Sticks said in reference to, I always tell you guys this, I'll tell you this again and again and again. Although you never see yourself as a defendant, but it could be your brother, your sister, your mother, it could be your cousin's cousin, whatever. Just think about yourself in their shoes, and that even though if you think that they're a monster or you think that they've done whatever it is that they've done and they should go to jail or whatever, everyone still deserves a fair trial because that is what our forefathers brought to our country. That's what all of our laws are based on, and you want it to be as fair as possible. You want to give that person the best chance possible, and if it's guilty, it's guilty. If it's not, it's not, but at least you know it was a fair fight, right? You would want that for yourself. So, okay. So a couple people are asking, what if the jury isn't taking this seriously? Well, I would hope that they are. Why? Because if you are on a jury, you're supposed to you took an oath that you were going to listen to the evidence and that you were going to um, you know, listen to everything and that you were going to be impartial and wait until the end to hear everything in order to make your decision. And again, if you have somebody yourself or somebody that you know that is somebody who's got some criminal charges on them, you would want the same for them. So I'm urging every one of you that if you do become on a jury, that you take it as serious as possible and you listen to what the judge's instructions are and try to follow it to the best of your ability. If by chance the jury isn't, and something comes out that they didn't, there's repercussions. There could be jail time. There could be fines and money. There was a juror recently in one of a grand juror, something connected with Karen Reed, something not connected with Karen Reed, and on a grand jury, you are not supposed to say anything that goes on in there. And she went and told her friend what was happening, who told somebody else, and guess what? She got some fines. She didn't get jail time, but she could have gotten jail time. So, all right, Beth loves flowers. What would you like to say? I can hear you. Well, that is what the TikTok rumors are that she doesn't remember. The letter of the law, Beth, is that she signed the stipulation. She signed it, and that's not in dispute. She's gone through several competency hearings or competency analysis with all of these doctors that have seen her. They've evaluated her competency. She also had to have one before she stood trial. And as you heard, Dr. Zeisel, he goes back with her every day and asks her about her competency. She signed the waiver and stipulated to the facts of the case. I also urge you, if you haven't and you haven't seen it, I have a YouTube channel. I went over the civil case, and in that civil case, it is plain as day. It's even in quotes. And in order for you to file a motion in quotes, that means the person actually said it. So she did admit to doing it. She stipulated that she did it. It's the why she did it. She's saying she wasn't in her right mind, and therefore she wants to go to the mental institution. Versus the prosecution and this witness who's on the stand today says she was in her right mind. So that's what's at stake at the moment. I know there's a lot of people. I know. And there's a lot of TikTok rumors. There's a lot of TikTok other outside noise, and unfortunately we as citizens need to sort of squash the noise and listen to what the evidence that comes into the trial. And as the at-home jurors, we're supposed to base our evidence or our thoughts and feelings on that versus what people say that she did or may not have done. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, Liz is going to read it. Yes, please. Yes. Oh, hang on just a second. If you guys want to read the civil case, you can go to my Facebook page. It's the same thing. Legalese 123. It's pinned to the top. But I warn you, you can't unhear or unsee what you see. There's some things that are in here that sort of came out in trial, but not everything. So if you want to read it, go read it. My Facebook page, make sure to like and subscribe. Liz, go. Yep. All right, Chrissy, did you want to? It is. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. Well, thank you. So that's my background. I've got a journalism and a PR background. I wanted to go into law. It didn't happen for me. I like going over these trials. You guys are my trial buddies, by the way. When we sit here and watch it together, I'm like, I got my trial buddies. And I like to talk about these things, and I like to talk about the issues. I like to talk about the legalities behind the things, and just kind of give you some things to think about, some things that I'm thinking about. You're thinking about them too. You ask me questions, we have a banter back and forth, and I try to tell you what the letter of the law is. And just to guys get you thinking about that, because at the end of this, by the end of this trial and moving forward as you follow me along through other cases, we're all going to be lawyers at the end. So thank you for following me. I really appreciate that. All right, Chrissy, did you have something you wanted to say? So this doctor, he was a roller coaster. So there were times I felt that he was definitely doing the defense a great service. And he's like, well, she could be this, she could be psychosis here, and she could have this here, and she could do this here. And I was like, defense, defense, defense. That's what the defense has been saying. And then I was waiting for the shoe to drop and waiting for him to get, because he's obviously a prosecution witness. So he obviously has he's being paid to come say what that is bolsters the prosecution's case, right? And we were just getting into it. We're just getting into it until he opened his mouth and inserted his foot by talking about religion and his beliefs. So to well, he was putting down breadcrumbs. He was like, she was this, and then now he was starting to turn and tell you why it wasn't altruistic, that she wasn't doing it for the sake of her children. And remember, he made the Holocaust slash war analogy. Oh, if you think that you're going to save your children from this disparity of the world and war, that's that's what you would expect someone to do. But no, she didn't do that. She's now doing it for the sake of herself, is what he's saying. He was just getting ready. He was just getting ready to lay down the bomb about how she's criminally responsible. And then the rug got pulled out from under us. Wait, for the prosecution. Okay. Yeah, so no, it's all right. You did great. Yeah, he's getting there. Oh, Wow, you guys, we have a real expert on our panel. Oh my gosh. Ryan, do you think that she was criminally responsible, or do you think that she wasn't? Ah, yeah. That's what he's getting to. He's getting to that she knew what she was doing and that he was trying to get in that the God situation and the moral situation, which he's, yes. All right, I have a question to ask you. I don't think it's come into evidence that a Nest camera was unplugged. Can you point me to who talked about that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So chat, if you guys know anything about that, let me know because I miss things. So uh yeah, yes. So when Patrick testified that he was unable to get to 911, he mentioned something about the Wi-Fi being down, and that is why it took him a while to be connected. And that was the only time I heard anything about Wi-Fi, and I haven't, to be honest with you guys, I write various copious notes. And let me tell you, if I heard something about a camera being unplugged or if there was something with a camera, I would have remembered it. So I'm going to say no, but if you guys point me to who said it and when, I'll be happy to go back and review that. But that's the only thing I know about the Wi-Fi. Yeah, and that he was unable to connect. So what are we saying? Are we saying that you guys suspect that perhaps she disconnected the Wi-Fi? Is that where people are going now? No, I'm just asking in general. I know. I know. True. I wore red the other day for the children. I'm wearing, well, it depends on yeah, we have to remember the children. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? So just FYI, I would like to believe that if there was an issue with the Wi-Fi and the VPN and anything in reference to that, I would like to think that the Commonwealth, with calling Ian Whiffen, he would have testified to that, right? We all know and love Ian Whiffen, don't we, Ryan? The Karen Reed of it all, Ryan. The Karen Reed of it all. All right, Ryan. Ryan, what happened to John O'Keefe? Tell me. Yeah. Let's do both. Sorry, side quest, everybody. Hang on. I gotta know. Oh, wow. Okay, what's professional? Okay, here's my opinion. I don't think that she hit him. This is what I think happened. I think he got out of the car. She had gone forward. They were still arguing outside of the car. She backed up and she didn't hit him, but he took the glass that he had in his hand and he threw it at the car. And with the force of her backing up and the force of him throwing it, that's how her taillight got busted. And because he may have been super intoxicated, that he fell down and hit his head. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the fire hydrant. I think the fire hydrant or the electrical box, because unfortunately, the police messed up and didn't tell us exactly where John O'Keefe was. We have an idea of where he was, but with all of the snow and the blowing of the snow and the shoveling and what have you, and lack of pictures, that's what I think happened. I think it was an accident. And the reason why is he has no broken bones. That's what my thought process is. Did you hear me? Okay. Sure. That's what I think. So it's just my opinion. Of course, it'll never be proved and never be proved one way or the other. Never, never, never. So all those who are, that's right. That is true. All right. Does anybody else have anything else they want to add in reference to? Nelson just came on. Hi, Nelson. Nelson left us. Yes, please. Hi.